Yes.
Wow.
It's been a while.
Okay.
I like this song because you guys haven't murdered anybody with a critical hit for double damage yet, and I know it's coming, and I'm terrified.
We've
I
cut a
did,
lot on stuff that doesn't do damage.
I put the stream up. If Rose
Okay.
wants to watch.
She is already tuned in. There's a bunch of pre-game stuff I want to talk about real quick if you guys are good to dive in.
Go for it.
All right.
Yes,
Like-
please.
4 different notes here. First of all, over the break, I lost a whole bunch of stuff because I reinstalled my computer to try to get VR to work. And it does, and I'm super excited, but I did lose like my Excel document that I was using to keep track of Geomancy card votes. And so with Hewitt joining us, I am choosing to start from scratch because I don't remember what people are at. I am very sorry. To apologize, we're going to make sure that I'm giving out more Geomancy cards for the next little bit instead of being so stingy with them, and then we'll kind of go back to the normal rate afterwards. There's a couple people who are like 1 vote away from getting some, and I know that one of those people was Kyvius, so I'm going to give him one right now.
Hey.
If I can figure out how.
A well-oiled machine.
No
Welcome
more
back.
cards left.
Freaking Eerie and his million cards.
He has 2.
2.
He's dipped into the stock. The reserve is gone.
In addition, I also lost some custom ordered music that was from the session today, which kills me. And you guys are going to know what I mean pretty quick when it starts feeling like, there should be music that goes along with this. Well, there was, and it was great, but there isn't anymore.
You can't get it back again?
I'm working on it, but I've been in contact with a person who did it, but I only realized that it was lost like 3 days ago, and they haven't replied yet. I'm not changing the narrative, so you guys are just going to have to use your imagination and put up with me being cringy.
You'll just have to sing.
If anybody has any questions about Zect, please keep it out of the main channel. Feel free to ask Wild or Kaz privately, or myself. We all have a pretty good understanding of kind of what's going on, but ultimately he will not be rejoining us.
Gotcha.
As a result of Shay and Zach's permanent departure, there are huge chunks of the story that would have only been meaningful to that one particular player, which I'm now going to change a little bit. Most of this stuff is behind the scenes things that you guys wouldn't have been aware of anyway. The one thing I would specifically like your understanding on, as I retcon something, is this. I would like to retroactively say that in the scene with the Leviathan fight and Corona and Vander hearing that magic item respond, if that's okay with you guys, that scene did not occur, and it was just Vander's gut instinct, and ultimately they are sentient but not conscious.
I like that you called me Vander.
Yeah, I was
I was gonna
really
say,
confused for a
God.
second.
I've been out of the game for a while, guys. Talk to Zect a lot. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, Warren. Pardon me. Warren,
No, it's okay.
Sentient Corona did not respond.
So it didn't talk to me.
It did not. No, that is a
Okay.
retroactive thing that I have to change because of Zech's departure and the Raven Queen's changed importance in the story.
I still have all the weird visions I don't understand, though.
100%, yeah.
And the shades were still there on the Leviathan fight?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, cool.
And the one was still drowning?
Yes. The one who was like, throw me your weapon, Zygar, and you're like, nah, I need it. Tonight after the game, I'm gonna get all the old recaps transferred over to the Discord. I would love it if we can just continue to stream publicly. I would ask that Benji pop the link in the old Discord basically now for anybody who still wants to follow it. I love the fact that we're saving them on YouTube because it's super important to me, and maybe you guys will go back and watch them at some point in time in the future as well. Who knows?
As a small addendum, at some point, I have 4 video files from Foundling sessions 2 through 5.
Oh yeah.
Oh, please
That
send
I
them
need
to
to
me,
get-
Benji. We can put them on YouTube.
Do you want me to
Yeah,
put
that
them?
I need to
Benji, actually.
You want to put them along with the other ones?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just need a good way to get them to you later.
And you could make a playlist.
The
Yeah,
only one we're missing
Just-
is session 1, right? Because that one's not on YouTube.
Just
Session
give Wild your
1, I
YouTube account so we can
believe
upload
Wild-
them from him.
I think session 1 Wild has an audio recording.
Yeah, you have the audio
Yeah.
only, right? For that
I have
one?
an audio without
okay.
my voice.
I was gonna say, Benji, you can upload session 1 as a YouTube video with just like the Foundling logo or something. So it just completes the set, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I could try.
Oh, and then we could have like Wild do a voiceover of his character lines.
Gotta redub it.
All right, so you said you want me to pop the Twitch link in the
Yeah.
Onion Discord?
Yeah, if you're cool with that, just be like, hey, we've moved Discord to play games. If anybody wants to follow, here's where that'd be cool. And that's the main thing that I wanted to say. Also, you guys will notice there's a mysterious set of question marks who is in the game today. I don't know why that is. I guess Hewitt really wants to have like double audio coming out of the speakers, but speaking of audio, remember that you guys are gonna have to play readjust volume of things because I have fucked stuff up over the holiday. Being the bad GM that I am, and we're all starting from scratch.
My volume is cranked.
Yeah. I know that there was also some discussion about like loot and drops and so forth and so on, and we will talk about that when narratively it works in the scene today. I promise I have not forgotten.
Sweet.
And that's
so
all I
should
wanted to say.
note Shireen stuff down or wait?
We'll get there. Yeah.
Okay,
we'll get
I will wait then, and I'll put it at 0.
Okay. That was all I wanted to say for now. Does anyone else want to jump into anything? Cool. Then who has recap tonight?
It's so my turn. Me.
I did the last one.
I haven't seen a Kyvius one in quite some time.
Kyvis, what color was the card you got? The Geomancy card.
Am I allowed to tell you that?
Yeah, of course you are.
Is he trying to trick me, guys?
Plead the
I
fifth.
don't.
The color of the
I don't know.
Geomancy card I got was orange.
Like the goldy orange? Those are
Gets
the
a
worst ones.
notification.
Okay.
Like the, what?
I was hoping you'd open it on the stream so I could check it out later.
Oh no, I didn't open it on the stream. There's no point in watching the stream.
Yes.
I want to just dive in. Is that cool with you guys?
Yeah. Where are we diving in?
Well, when we first started this game, we started at the middle, and that's where I want to go back. So, language is a fascinating thing. We've talked about the etymology of words and how they are a beginning to a story that people have forgotten. In some cases, it's the middle of a story. When we say, he's got moxie, this is traced back to he's got moxia, which, as we all know, is the first known reference spoken in Elven to the powers of geomancy, or magic as it is now fairly crudely called. And likewise, the word baneful, which is the proven statistic that unfortunate events are more likely to happen, the more ironic they would. The phrase foundling is another one of those really well-known words. It forms the basis for words like foundation and founding because it refers to an idea that exists universally in every culture in the world. That lost, tragic souls are the ones with the greatest ability to change the world. You guys have heard this whole speech before. The ones who are most likely to shatter the status quo are the ones who exist outside of it. Genius being close to madness, that the greatest men and women of a generation, the people with the potential to alter civilizations and direct the course of history, these are people who have become great because for a long time they weren't. Foundlings are orphans of fate, people who destiny has abandoned, and after them were named the Foundling Stones, the Sunbleed, the Sky Stones, whose arrival heralds the passing of great people and honors their. And there's been a lot of life lost in the last few weeks. But, that's not really etymology, is it? It's sort of just explaining the true meaning of words. Because if everything is born without a name, and they get a linguistic shorthand to refer to them, by people who are in the right place at the right time to see it for the very first time, that's what an etymology really is. A foundling child who is being born gets a name from its parents. An undiscovered land just begs to be categorized by the people who settle it. So the true etymology of a word is the experiences of a namer. No father chooses a name for his son by just letting random letter sounds tumble out from his mouth, but he chooses a word or a name with a meaning instead. Named after a grandfather who is brave and kind, named after the profession that runs in the family and puts food on the table even as the people in the north starve. Named after the father's own goals or dreams and the ones that sort of seem distant as the father reconciles they aren't as young as they used to be, but now finds again these dreams and hopes are contained in the beating heart of their son. So etymology as a concept is pretty simple. It's a place, a creature, a concept. All of these names just come from the experiences of its discoverers. So as the five of you look out over the vast and wild valleys of the place beyond the mountains, with herds of these six-legged galloping creatures that look like a cross between an oversized goat and an antelope, racing after furry, electrical, tumbling pig Pokemon, where there's thousands of trees laden with gourds the color of burned honey. There is, to the far north, unexplored swamplands and shallows filled with colorful, tiny tropical little fish. And in front of all of you, a beaming dragon, disguised in the shape of a big fattened frogman, holding a stone helmet. And you realize the job of naming things is going to be a lot of work. Binks takes off running at this point, just loping across the plain on its big, powerful, feeled legs. With Shay gone, any connection this now powerfully built Displacer Beast has to your group really pales in comparison to the idea of getting to chase the herbs of these antelope-like creatures in the distance. And the very first native creature is brought to your land. And the green grass is warm beneath your feet, and there's beams of light shining clearly down through the shifting, ever-present storms of the arcane energy above. And most of you collect your thoughts, look at one another, and prepare yourselves to ask one of the many questions that's been weighing on your mind, that's been unanswered for far, far too long. Except for two of you. And those are the people that I want to talk to now, is the two people who, at the sight of Vale's true form, that of a mind-bogglingly big black dragon of gold and obsidian, whose very presence left your skin numb from the invisible acid each hexalation produced, and whose skin is unbreakable armor plate, found yourselves, what do the kids call it? Losing your shit.
Thanks, old man.
Yeah. So, Saigar and Kyvia, you two have always prided yourselves on being able to control your emotions in stressful situations. You're not prone to bouts of mania like Warren is, nor are you prone to extended periods of melancholy like Shay was. And so this experience is a fairly new one. Saigar, you are unable to even find the strength to close your hands into a fist because the adrenaline coursing through your veins is causing them to just shake uncontrollably. You bereft of strength. Kyvius, you can't even think clearly enough to form a complete sentence for several long minutes. You're just struggling to shake off the primal feeling of knowing that you are prey. And so with your backs pressed up against the stone wall from the caves that you raced back into, you find yourselves rocking slightly to kind of comfort yourself in a way that you know is ridiculous. It feels like not even rolling up into a fetal ball takes considerable effort. And several long minutes pass as the feeling slowly fades. You catch your breath. The invisible hands that were strangling your guts and just punching haymakers into your heart finally lets up a little bit. And the feeling of total and unbreakable fear finally gives way to the other emotions that you'd suppressed. Anger, maybe? Shame? Only you guys really know for sure. And for a moment, Saigar, you are reminded of the late King Ashtung IV, who, when he thought he was about to die, soiled himself publicly, and your eyes dart downward reflexively, only to discover that you've at least managed to keep a fraction of your dignity, thanks to the 10 gods. And for both of you, from your spot in the cave, you can see your last opponents recently felled. Well, you can't exactly see Shireen. You sort of tripped over her as you came running through here. She could have been confused for a pile of scrap because of the damage she sustained when Morgaine's 1 ton of metal collided with her much more lightweight alloy frame, and Shay's device is still attached and rendering her unable to act. Garrow lies splayed out in a pool of blood. He's lying on his left arm where he fell unconscious, touching the severed open stump of his right. And that entire arm just lies a few feet away next to a discarded firearm. And there are golden rings etched onto this severed arm that still catch the light from where the brilliant sun outside is shining and reflecting around the ice crystals here in the cave. And for a minute, you almost think the rings around the arm might fade, like magic from a broken enchantment. But the mark still persists, even though the dead flesh is no longer attached to a living body. Zult has begun to stir ever so slightly, as if fighting desperately against the unconsciousness that took them all. And there's probably an admirable level of willpower in that skinny robed orc, despite the fact that his face has been moxia burned on one side from Warren's acidic assault, and despite being, having this willpower, he's still an adversary through and through. But it's a good reminder that you can't just leave these people here forever, and decisions are going to have to be made. But for now, Kyvius and Saigar, as you look to one another, finally having caught your breath, back towards the cave entrance, how do you feel?
I definitely feel apprehension. You said there were other emotions. There was a while ago where the very mention of the thought of Vale, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and my fears feel like they're almost been confirmed. There's something off about him, and just being driven mad from his sight has kind of cemented that in his mind.
And for Kyvius, it is that shame. And it's shame because he knew what to expect. He would have researched what to expect. And yet, even though he was prepared for what it was going to be, he still fell prey to the overwhelming fear. And so he would pick himself up and dust himself off and just try and compose himself and not feel like such a jackass. And once again, proving that knowledge isn't quite everything.
Kind of shadows. Kyvius, are you alright?
I am, still 10 fingers, 1, 2, 3, 9 toes. Other than that, fairly unscathed. How are you doing over there?
Well, I didn't soil myself, so that's all good.
Hey, listen, we've got to take our victories where we can, am I right?
Sure. I still think there's something off about that dragon.
Oh no, there is definitely something off about that dragon. I'm just
It's almost confirmed my fears.
Embarrassed that... Yeah, I'm a little embarrassed that I ran like I did. Because I knew he was going to be a dragon.
I know, but did you not feel you were not in control of yourself? That's what I felt.
I absolutely felt that. I just, I don't know. I suppose I wish I would have thought about that and prepared better in some way. Maybe an anti-fear aura or something. I'm sure if I could only find the answer somewhere.
Not everything can be solved with magic, Kyvius.
Of course not. It was just, it made me feel like I didn't prepare properly.
I just honestly blacked out a little bit there.
Yeah, I don't exactly remember everything that happened either.
But I think we're in a different quandary right now.
A little bit, yes.
I mean, there's bloody people lying around us, and
Well-
there's a sword half buried inside the ground, and
Yes.
and what happened to Sawtooth?
Hey, I thought we let him run away, didn't we?
Correct. Yuri's like, go home. Get out of here.
Yeah. I think Eerie...
Go be a family man.
Eerie did what Eerie does best and frightened the shit out of the monster that was about 20 times his size.
Just saying, we may want to keep a watch on our backs.
Well, that's something that we've had to do for quite some time now, so yeah, I suppose we've become quite accustomed to it. What do you think? What do you think about us? While we are, because I'm sure that you want to get back out there as quickly as possible, as I obviously do.
I absolutely do not.
Neither do I. I was putting on a brave face. What do you say to us securing our honored involuntary guests in here to make sure they don't cause any trouble?
Sure. Hey, Garrow, can I give you a hand?
Oh!
Hero is probably too furious and unconscious to respond.
He's furious and unconscious, okay.
He's angry in his sleep.
Yeah, I'm not
His
quite
severed
sure.
hand slowly makes a fist with
Yeah.
his middle finger raised.
How do you? I was gonna tie Zolt's hands behind his back, but with Garrow it'd be a little more difficult to secure, wouldn't he?
I mean, we could still, like, here's what I'm thinking, Cavius. I see that giant sword down there. We can make a makeshift stretcher with that, and put Garrow on top of that, and drag him outside.
True. Or we could just take off the other arm, and then there'd be no problems at all.
Listen, I am all for unnecessary violence, but I
knew
think
that you
it's not
would
very
be.
practical at the moment.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. It'd make a bigger mess. We have no idea how cleanly this dragon is. We might not
Listen,
want to make a
I
bigger
hate him
one.
so much that I would cut off his hand and wear it around my neck if I had the choice.
All right. Well, I'm going to. Zolt still appears pretty unconscious here, so I'm going to get his hands tied behind his back.
And
let him-
Thelonious is just gone, right?
Yeah, I think it's just like a suit of armor laying there, isn't it?
That is correct. Yes, there is nothing within.
We still have the bag of holding.
Yeah, but remember that armor was used to like control him. I don't think we want to reuse that.
No, but we may want to, disenchant it.
Oh, we can blow it. Oh, you know me. I like to blow things up.
Absolutely, just blow the shit out of it.
Okay.
Now, I know that there are varied opinions among the rest of our comrades, Cavius, but I don't feel we can leave Shireen the way she is right now.
Well, we did take out her core, didn't we?
No, you left it here.
No, her core is embedded in her skull, much like Morgaine is in his chest, I believe.
So, I mean, given that she is a machine, I believe we should at least extract the core.
That just feels very final.
I understand, but you realize what she tried to do to us just not that long ago.
It is literally final. Once
Yeah.
that is removed from a Warforged, there's no coming back.
Yeah.
Could we just take off her head and carry it with us?
You can, but without the actual Warforged components. It's not like it's a brain that runs it because it is still literally a machine.
I see. So should we couldn't be able to talk to her or anything?
No, it really does require like the full machine.
I don't know, Cavius, just leaving her there, even with a restraining device on her, I think is far too dangerous.
Well, my understanding is it wasn't quite just a restraining device. It was kind of more like a blowy up, pollute her plasma device. I don't think just removing it is going to restore her.
That may be true, but if she is, I mean, we know how resourceful she's been in the past. And
Yes, but it would require
given-
somebody other than her being resourceful, no?
This world is full of weird people, Cavius.
Hey, listen. Present company included.
All right. Well, at the very least, I think we do need to round them up and take them outside.
Yeah, let's see if they run away.
All right. I'm going to pick up Garrow's weapon.
Okay.
Just so you know him trying to use it. I'm just going to search his body, take any weapons off of him, basically.
Okay. I will definitely talk about that in a little bit. I imagine you guys pretty thoroughly steal stuff from,
Pretty thoroughly.
and I will.
I don't like the
think
word
I'll use,
steal.
I will use the. I think we can use Polonius's gigantic sword as I said, like a stretcher for Garrow. I think.
Understood. And while you guys are doing that, oh, my timing wasn't right. The other 4 of you, 3.5 of you, because Karna's token, who has not changed to either the fact that she is now unable to move her lower half, or that she doesn't have a spear on her for some reason. She pulls out a bonus spear. She's got an extra walking spear that she just pulls out.
Didn't she run away too?
She
Zephyrs
can't.
are
She tried to
always
crawl away.
prepared.
Yeah, she tried, but she
Yeah.
couldn't.
She got here. You know what? No, she's mostly off the screen. Vale's neck croaks a little bit with just its feckless enthusiasm, and with its big, wide yellow eyes gazing back and forth between the 3 of you with such pride, like a parental love. He speaks again and says, "You probably have several questions, but before we get to that, please just allow me a moment to just take this scene in. This is the moment that I have waited for, I have suffered for, I've worked for, and I want to lock it in my memory forever. Today marks the beginning of a brand new status quo." And he falls silent for 20, 30 seconds, just staring. And then his eyes grow wide, and he says, "Oh, I forgot the loom. I'll be right back." And you watch as his form just rips away from his body, and he transforms into that massive dragon form again and starts flying off. Kyvis and Saigar, just as the 2 of you are coming out of the cave, you see this, and this tail that sweeps across the plains, and your minds blank once again, and the 2 of you race back down to the tunnels, dropping Garrow and Zolt.
Are you sure I can't re-roll?
I am positive.
Can you guys? I need to go get Karna. This is
Give
she's
me
crawling on the ground.
goosebumps.
You got this right. And then I'm just gonna go chase after Karna because she's crawling to the exit.
Yeah. Warren and Erie, the 2 of you watch as off in the distance, I had mentioned there was that fairly large circular hole that goes straight down. And you watch as this massive dragon gets closer and closer to this. Its shape begins to shrink down until it's no more than maybe 100 feet long. So still fucking enormous, but capable of going down, and it gets smaller and smaller as it vanishes down into this massive cavern.
I lean over to Erie. How much faster do you think he flies than anything we've dealt with? Like twice as fast? 3 times as fast?
Maybe like 6. Like 6 fast?
I didn't think anything was going to move quicker than that butterfly.
Morgaine, you make your way over to Karna. It's not hard, even though you're not used to. It's been a while since you've sort of like gotten used to the very, very soft sands desert of the Ka beneath your feet, and now this soil is so soft and loamy, and it feels so recently planted. It's almost fluffy that you sink in a couple of inches into the soil with every, and it takes you a second to kind of get your balance back after sort of the rocky terrain of the cave. With your feet being, again, perfectly flat. It's a little bit unusual. But you get over to Karna, and she just looks up at you, her eyes full of terror, her face stark white, and she says, "Morgaine, we have to go! We have to go right now! That thing's gonna come back!"
I know that thing. You're properly scared. That's new. I could at least walk you to the cave.
There appears to be no getting through to her. It's like the person that you know as your fearless older sister has just vanished, and instead is she is dissolved into just absolute. And you can tell that like it's getting lessened as her eyes dart like furtively back and forth across the plane with no sign of the dragon, but still she sort of like grabs at your armor and tries to pull you, even in this moment of absolute terror, trying to make sure that it's the two of you getting away together, which is kind of a nice change, even though seeing your sister like borderline passing out from fear is it's a weird mix of emotions, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't, just speaking out loud, if you remember, Eerie, wasn't the loom the name of the thing that Pyham was built with? Am I thinking of something different?
No, I think you're right.
Does he have that?
I mean, if he's all those other cities and places we found that are like perfectly built, could explain why or how.
I just shake my head.
Another few minutes pass, and eventually, at this point in time, you guys once again see Saigar and Kyvius creeping out of the cave for a second time. A little bit quicker than the first this time, but it's still very clear that whatever enchantment is possessed, enchantment by the dragon's true form, is definitely something that it's lodged firmly in their minds.
Hey,
Yes, I just wanted to say that we surveyed the caves behind us. We knew that you were all busy out here, a little thunderstruck by the dragon, I assume, as everything appears safe and secure back there. Hey, you know what? Zolt had like a +10 implement on him, so I'm using that now. And yeah, hi.
I saw you made the stretcher for Garrow. That was good thinking.
Garrow lies currently face down.
That was Saigar's quick thinking, and so all credit to Nurse Saigar.
good.
The bleeding stopped, right? Like he isn't.
Oh God,
He's
are we
like
supposed to stop that?
We staunched it. I'm just double checking.
Yes, I believe the bleeding has been properly staunched.
Can you roll a heal check for me?
Kyvius?
Yes.
First roll of the return.
Does he get Saigar's assistance?
Oh, in addition, would you guys be willing to roll history for me?
Of course.
Kyvius, you glance back and you turn and back to Morgan and goes, "Oh yes, of course, the bleeding has stopped." Even before your mind has processed, like, did it? And then you remember, no, it looks fine. Cool. Eerie and Warren, just so you know, as you're kind of pondering this locale that you're in, the weird thing about this is you were not expecting anywhere close to sort of the size of how large this valley actually is. And you recall, Warren especially, having always been like a student of the different wars and conflicts between the different nations throughout the years, way back, probably 150, 200 years ago, well before like Volanthusk became independent of High Helm, and there was just a bunch of one of the nations that existed in this war was a mountaintop city that was sort of in this general area. And as you sort of think about this and realize this, it occurs to you that this valley couldn't have been here, the 300 years ago. This was all mountain. Or if there was a valley, it was significantly smaller than this. This is as close to being man-made as it's possible for a place to be. And looking around at sort of the steep, sheer cliffs of the mountains all around you that I described last time as almost wall-like in how sheer, you do strongly get the impression that this is something that has been excavated, essentially.
I am starting to really pale at the scope of what we're fucking with out here.
Does this look artificial to you, Warren?
Yeah. You could say that. I just...
Wait,
Like,
so did
how
you say
many...
artificial? Like
Whoops,
not
didn't do this
real?
one.
Yeah, like... It didn't... This was mountains, not plains, I
It's
think.
been, like, terraformed.
Yeah, that's a better way of saying things. I just... How much is this...
So it's not an illusion, you don't think?
No? I doubt it. That'd be a
So,
big illusion.
GM question: Is there wildlife around here?
Yeah, we saw
Yeah,
some.
we saw some.
There-
Yeah.
There
Been
is quite a lot of wildlife. There is a couple of different species that I had mentioned, but there's also like very clearly tons of like flora and various various trees that don't exist on Rios that have been brought here. Like the ones that have the fruit that you will recall that Vale the Prophet claimed to have seen in his dream. There are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of those fruit trees, all laden with these gourds that presumably he flew from this valley in order to sort of prove his.
Do I recognize that fruit steel?
Oh yeah, 100% you all do.
Oh,
But
it's the same
from-
stuff that he had.
But from a different place? Is it the same fruit
I would say
that I saw?
you'll have to PM me, but I believe the answer
Okay.
is yes.
Okay.
There's also a giant gold snail.
Oh yes, there is also a giant gold snail.
A giant gold snail?
Yes. Claire has a picture of it that I didn't put in the game because I am behind.
1 second.
As we're talking about this artificial plane, I just imagine the horizon of this slowly moving snail.
Look at him go. I just like, what has he done? Like, I don't know how many people he is or how long he's been doing this, or like why.
I'm
This is all-
concerned. I wonder if he's the one who built all those miniature models and whatnot back what we saw earlier, and those fake houses.
It's also
Well, I think it was some kind of template,
Like an
Yeah.
experiment.
or yeah, like a dry run.
But that begs the question: are we really the first to come here?
judging by the look on his face, when you guys were, coping.
Listen,
Scouting and
I
securing.
was scouting out for insecurity, right?
Listen, I was
Fleeing
commanded
for your
by
lives.
a purple evil mushroom to kill my friends. Okay, I understand. Things happen. But the relief. If we're not the first, then it's been, probably a pretty long time since it's been another person.
Just wondering what
Although
happened
if
to
we
those
aren't
ones.
the first, then what? Yeah.
Yeah. No,
And
it's true.
Warren, not to sound like a broken record, not that you know what a record is in this world, but not to sound like a beating a dead horse, but I don't trust him. And this is now my need to go and check the cave again has confirmed that in my mind.
Can I just say how great it is that there's more likely to be records than horses?
Yeah.
Well, it's hard for me because, there's been the things that Kyvius has seen, but if Kyvius had never told me nothing, and I was only going off the visions I had, then I would say that Vale is the most well-intentioned person maybe I've ever met in history. Just from what I saw of his tale, if he's done bad, I feel like it was on accident. But I don't know now.
Doesn't that sound too good to be true in many ways? I mean, I hate to sound cynical, but have you ever met a creature of any kind anywhere in this entire realm that is 100% altruistic?
No,
With no
but-
agenda of any kind.
no, but we're pointing fingers at him for, well, he hasn't done nothing yet.
Yeah. And like we have ulterior motives. That doesn't make us bad people, right?
Yeah. It's just, I don't know what the extent of the motives are, right? I don't know, like, if he's been manipulating all the realms for hundreds of years or what. But
Right. I mean, the term evil is relative, though, right? I'm
But
not calling him evil.
in those visions, I watched him pluck his heart out of his chest, give it to a dying goddess, and then sit in her arms and enjoy her love for dozens of years unmoving. And it is just hard for me to see that change. You know?
Right, but isn't there a part of you that worries that
Of course.
he holds all of, us responsible for what happened to her?
Us? We weren't even alive back then.
When I say us, I'm talking about the world.
If he held people responsible for what happened, he could have killed all of them a long time ago. Nobody could stop him.
Yeah, you
Nobody
saw
can
him,
hear us.
right? Like he could go to, Epitaph, the Ka, Orderlands. Nothing would stand a chance against him.
Yeah.
How do we
They
know
could
that
burn in
what
fire.
we're achieving right now is not really going to unlock his real power?
Oh wait, what'd you say?
Well, how do we know that? You say that he is capable of destroying everybody. Maybe he is not able to do so until we do something to unlock his power. Maybe he was locked away or something. I'm just saying I don't know what to expect at this point.
Noted, but I think we should at least give him the benefit of doubt of doing something wrong before we damn him.
If I could be completely straightforward with where I'm coming from, it's because I can't know the details, of course, and I look over at Kyvius, but I know he does something bad in the future, and
How would you know that?
and I assume he does something bad in the future, given your apprehension, and I can't help but feel like if there were people who were gonna change that, it would be us. And if we disconnect ourselves from him completely, then we're just letting the world run its course, right? That's just going to happen if we don't do nothing.
No, I don't think we keep him at arm's length. I just feel more that we have to keep him at arm's length.
Maybe. It might be hard, given, him. You saw.
Given his arm is several times the size of one of us.
Yeah. I would like...
I mean, of course, figuratively. And I kind of look over Gare and smirk.
I think this goes back to our first encounter. Someone has to do something bad to be a bad person. You can't say they're bad or assume their motives without any bad action.
And that's fair, Morgan. I'm not calling him bad. As I said, evil itself is a very relative term, right? What we perceive as something as evil may not really be evil. It's a term that we come up to describe something that we don't like.
Now, if you think we're getting out of here without asking him a lot of questions, though, you're crazy.
Karna pipes up. Go ahead.
We got to at least know some stuff.
Karna pipes up at this point in time. She goes, "Yeah, listen. I don't want to interrupt your philosophizing about good and evil. He's coming back, and in the distance, you can see for a brief moment something of like that. A lot of legs come scuttling up outside of the side of the pit, and then as it changes shape, it looks like it is a centaur, but the upper half, the upper torso, is like clad in black and gold plate armor. But even now, you can see, even from this distance, a good mile away, that there is some red blood coalescing on the front of the armor, like seeping through the cracks. And this centaur gallops back towards you, holding something gleaming golden in its hands.
Morgaine, worried that Karna's going to try to run away, immediately covers her eyes.
Wait, does that work?
I flipped
does that
down
work?
my
Someone
shades
tell me
on
if it
my,
works.
No, I flipped down shades on my glasses. I'm wearing a pair of sunglasses now.
Oh, okay. You say yeah as you do?
I do.
You gotta give me a veil joke. Hang on. No, it's like as you see him galloping towards you, there's the statement, sunglasses down, second statement, go.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Looks like this is a load of bullshit. I don't know.
How How do you get a one-armed man out of a tree?
You
Wave to
said,
him.
looks-
Yeah.
Not how it works at all.
what looks like his ass is dragon.
Oh, not bad.
Good.
Cool. No, I hate all of that. You have a few more minutes before the centaur shape gallops back towards you with something gold in his hand.
I think the most important thing is to figure out what he's planning to get out of this, you know? What's the goal? Why?
Just
gotta be
know
sac-
that
for
his
it?
goal and his intentions, he may not see himself. He may
I
not.
should
Sorry,
I should clarify something to you, Ben. The goal was always for the party to arrive here at this moment. You
Yes.
know that this is sort of the turning point. If you would like to speak freely from this point onwards, by all means.
Really?
Oh yeah, 100%. It was just the group had to. They never had to have that opportunity for the future to come true, for the world to wind up in the place that you knew was possible. The group had to be able to trust Vale at least to start. And it is now here in this moment where the cloud of uncertainty sort of floats across everybody's face. You know that you can be completely honest with all of them about what you saw.
I mean, you could start a speech with friends, foundlings, countrymen.
I do want to say that as you say the words, he may not know he's doing something wrong. The look of like Warren is on like the exact same line of thought with you. Like he nods really hard to that specific fear.
Warren, I don't have details. I wish that I did. It was feelings and flashes and everything else. He truly believes he is our ally. I truly believe eventually he won't be. I don't know if that's a shift that he will do. I don't know if it's already done. But in this moment, he truly and absolutely believes that he is an ally to us and maybe everybody else.
So his desire, maybe because he really wants to, you know, see Erithus again, and maybe that desire eventually starts to turn to a way that hurts people.
That's a possibility. I know that this entire construct, this entire is like a promise and a hope of salvation and future for a time when nations are no longer at war. But I don't know what will happen. I don't know what will change. But I believe he is earnest. I just know that it can't stay that way. But I don't know anything else.
I'm glad I'm not the only one plagued by like visions that are just like a little too vague.
I know, right? I mean, like, if they could give like a detail or two, this would be a hell of a lot easier.
Yeah, no.
How about this compromise rather than assuming anything? Let's just question the how of what we're doing and the how we're gonna get there.
I'd really like to have a big dragon as a friend. You know,
There's nothing he's done right now, and I understand there's a future, but you know, how can you judge someone on something that hasn't happened and only happened in visions?
Well, you think of it like a minority report, and you file that away.
Racist.
Oh, is that like the thing they do with Warforged in the cities all the time?
Tieflings too.
Kyvius, I mean, do you feel that the future is still unwritten and it's just a possible future?
This is the problem. That is entirely possible, Saiga. I saw ourselves at a time, sometime in the future, in direct conflict with Memnon, who, by the way, when he goes off, he gets freaky deaky looking. But the thing that you have to know is Shay was there with us. So
Right.
I don't know anything anymore. I don't know if what I saw was true. The only thing I know is Vale truly believes he's our ally, But the last thing that we should ever do when dealing with him is become complacent. And I think that Morgaine's stance is admirable and the path that we should follow. I just think that we should be hyper observant about everything that we do with him, because he will be an adversary to us in the future. Whether or not he's our ally now.
I mean, we are foundlings, right? And being that, we can't really rely on fate, right? Since we're kind of cast aside by that anyway, so what's to say we can't just change that to however we want it to be?
I think we should try for it. I absolutely think we should. If this place is a hope of peace, an end to all of the conflict and strife that we grew up around, it's my hope it could be everything and more. I also want us to be vigilant.
It'd be cool to be able. Oh, sorry.
Credits types at this point in time. It says incoming on R3, and you can see that he's almost here.
How can she see him with my hand covering her face?
She has slapped your hand away.
Yeah. It'd be cool to be able to fight people without having to kill them, you know? It's one of my favorite things.
The shape of the centaur shifts for a brief moment into an individual that you've never seen before. Raven hair, long pointed elven ears that dangle like his hair to the back of the nape of his before he shifts back into the shape of a frog and like has to fat jog the last 30 feet, and it's a lot slower and a lot more embarrassing. And he gets about 20 feet before he's a little bit out of breath, and it kind of just keeps on going. And it's very clear that the physiology of this creature kind of matches the shape that he's. And in his hands, he is holding what you presume to be something called the loom, which he, when he arrives at the group, he sets down carefully in the grass in front of all of you, and it appears to be this beautiful gilded harp. And he looks up at all of you with, again, just like a beaming smile on his face, and he goes, "Well, here it is."
What?
What exactly is it?
It's the loom. It's a tool used to build entire kingdoms.
It is what I thought, yeah. That's here?
I don't think we were here for that. What did you think it was?
Highhelm was built by that.
By a harp.
Yeah, the person who had that before.
Bale
It might be
nods.
magic harp.
Bale nods in agreement, and he says, "Not just Highhelm. There were 2 other kingdoms before it, but they were destroyed."
Was one of them this little one in the cave?
No, that was just a project.
Was it your project?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if there were Ant-Men who I wanted to make sure they had a place to live.
Ant-Men?
Yes.
What happened to them?
His eyes dart to the side for a split second, then he says, "They left."
Where did they go to?
I don't know. I was focused on these things. So you don't have to use the loom if you don't want to. I don't really know how it works, but it can only make one kingdom. Because I only know one song.
If you learn other songs, can you make other kingdoms?
I don't know. Maybe, he says, and he hums as he plucks the strings. And as he does so, you can watch as, like, with every single note, stairs begin to form from the grass, and you can sort of see like almost detailed blueprints forming as lines on the ground. And it goes, he plucks the notes, and it's a tune that you've heard before. He was humming this a long, long time ago, and it goes
cave.
da 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 da. Da 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 da. And he finishes and says, "So it's up to you if you want to, do that, or we could do it block by block the way that I think it should be done. But it's up to you. You're in charge.
Do you want us to play the harp, or will you play it for us?
You can do it. It's not my responsibility, really."
I consider myself a pretty understanding person who's been through a lot, but I'm having trouble keeping up with the pace of what's going on at the moment.
He
This
nods.
can make a kingdom?
Yes. If it helps, I've made up a little song to kind of go with the notes. Do you want to hear how I keep up?
Absolutely.
And he clears his froggy voice and a little uncertainly as he plucks the string. He goes, "You might be brave, you might be bold, and while this shaky drake is old, I've had centuries to plan every detail. A haven for good guys, built beneath the thundering skies. Welcome to the status quo, I told you so." And then as he begins to play, he starts to shapeshift into each of your forms as he sings. And for a brief moment, he is a perfect mimicry of Morgaine, Warren, Saigar, Kyvies. He's even did like a little tiny winged Eerie of actual height. And for a brief moment, his voice perfectly changes to match yours. And he sings, "I know you're brave, I know you're bold, enough to stop encroaching gold. I've known it since the day we first met. And though my fiery breath can cleanse, it's in the service to my friends. Welcome to the status quo, I told you so." And as the song continues, he begins to grow in confident pizzazz, and his webbed jazz fingers wiggle as he struts up and down these grassy steps as his voice rises in tempo and volume. "A king is brave, a king is bold. You take my breath when I behold how much you and I are gonna change this world. And my claws and scales will glisten as your kingdom I do christen. Welcome to the status quo, I told you so." And then he looks at you and says, "One more verse, right?"
Of
I'll nod
course.
vigorously.
"Well, okay, if you insist." And he goes, "I know you're brave, I know you're bold. When they made you, they broke the mold. And for every single step, you can rely on me. We'll make the world see what a paradise can be. Welcome to the status quo, and to a better tomorrow. For all the gifts that I bestow, I told you so." And then he falls onto his butt, exhausted, breathing heavily, and just stares up at you with wonder in his eyes.
Round of applause. And I will use my power to make some roses and throw them to him.
For the
Meanwhile,
sake,
Saigar
for the
is
sake
rubbing
of
both
the
his temples
for
and
the
just
sake,
staring at the ground.
for the sake of the recap, I will need those lyrics posted.
Oh, sure. Yeah, no, it was. I figured.
Was that the song you had commissioned?
It was.
It's beautiful. This way. I'm sure How long? At least 400 years, right?
How long what?
You've been planning this, whatever this is.
Oh, probably. It's, I don't know. It gets hazy sometimes.
Were you working by yourself? Was there anybody else that helped you?
Just me and my snail. And his eyes gesture over to the giant golden.
That's your
What's
snail.
his name?
He doesn't have a name. I try to not give names to temporary things. But he eats all the molten rock that I made.
Is that why he's gold?
No, I think he ate part of my hoard.
Your hoard?
Yes, I don't have it anymore. But dragons have gold.
Well, why do you say he's temporary?
Because, eventually you're going to want to build your kingdom here, and we'll have to get rid of him.
Does he turn into more gold?
I don't know. We'll find out. Probably not. I think he'll probably just turn into snail meat. But he's
You're
been,
very-
a good friend for a couple hundred years.
You're very candor about this whole thing.
Well, I'm sorry. If you want to give him a name, I'm not going to stop you.
No,
Actually, before we keep going, Warren, can you put this spear somewhere else, please? I'm not a fan of that particular weapon. Would that be okay? And he stares at Karna's spear in your hand.
Oh, yeah, no, right. Yeah, bad memories, of course. I kind of hand it back over to Morgane.
Holding Karna in a spear now.
I'm
No, get rid of it if that's okay. Just somewhere not here.
oh,
Okay,
Just throw it.
I'm not really sure we can store a spear. Can you throw it into the bag of holding, Morgane?
yeah, that'll do.
We're just getting static from Kaz.
With Karna and the spear in his hand, he's gonna shimmy Karna up to one arm and then grab the spear and awkwardly shove it into the bag of holding.
Okay.
For what it's worth, sorry that happened. Is that tasteless of me? I don't know. I feel like not a lot of people know,
He nods and smiles a little bit and goes, "Yes, it is. But that's okay."
I'm not very tactful.
Yeah, I know. It's okay.
Okay, it's good.
Vale, did you use the loom to make this place?
No, I kind of did this by hand.
By, fire breath and hand?
Acid and fire, yeah.
How did you get the grass to grow?
Well, I brought it sort of here from distant places. It took a lot of trips.
Did you bring it from through the
Howl?
howl?
Well, yeah. And he nods again.
Hey, do you know what's up with that? What? It's been there a long time.
Before we get started here, I'd like everybody to roll insight, please.
Okay, mine's not gonna be good.
Benji, I'm going to PM you yours
Okay.
based on your result.
Do you still want me to roll or not?
I do want you to roll.
Okay.
Wow, I rolled the highest insight.
Why did
Wow.
what? This is wrong universe.
Wait, something's not right. I don't think my insight rolled correctly here. Okay, never mind. Ignore me. If there's something, you know what? Okay, I'm sorry. I unticked.
You unclick train, so it's 14
so
Yeah.
instead.
14.
I rolled exactly my passive insight.
Nice.
I am sending a reply. I had to roll
Okay.
this first.
Guys, I've never gotten a GM tell about insight before. I'm so excited.
What was the check on this one out of curiosity, Steel?
That is a good question, yeah.
You're not going to tell us?
I am not. I'm not telling you what his bluff result was. Or if there was a bluff. Oh, you don't know.
Just curious what the skill check was.
It was an insight skill check.
All right.
Yeah, whenever they're verses, they don't go on the chart. So we don't know as readily.
It's like a skill contest. You don't know what. Yeah.
Bale taps his chin, and you can see like a bit of acid and mucus get stuck to his webbed finger, and he goes, "I'm not really sure how much you know, or how much you've figured out, or how much you've had whispered to you since becoming associated with me. The howl is a ritual, specifically one that I did. I did it to make sure that my failures would be forgotten in time, to kind of give us a clean slate to work with. I studied with," and here he trails off again for a brief moment and says, an archmage during the time of Iolaus Ashtongue the First. And he taught me the art of using astral salts in recipes, kind of like the wizard who introduced me to you.
Jovi.
Right, yes. And so I wasn't thinking clearly at the time. I was lost in grief. And the most important thing to me was making sure this ritual succeeded. And I had collected a rather sizable hoard in my younger years. Typical dragon, piles of gold, few hundred amulets and weapons and suits of armor and so on. And I used them all for the ritual. And it wound up being a little excessive, and there's side effects, but it worked.
So you used your entire hoard to
Yes.
make the how?
To cast the ritual, yes.
And it's been there for a long time.
Warren, you know, of course, that Modify Memory is a 4th level ritual.
Yeah. It's just the size.
Yeah, it's probably like multiple millions of Residium.
Yeah. It demonstrates less arcane mastery and more this guy was loaded.
It was just pure raw
Pay to
arcane
win.
force. Pay to win.
Pay to win.
Pay to win. Why keep it up for so long? Does it? I suppose it would be probably sort of hard to take down.
He pauses again and he thinks, I don't really want to take it down. First of all, because it's not finished its purpose yet. And second, because to do so, I'd have to go back to where I did the ritual to begin with, and I don't want to go back.
Is it sort of protecting people from things?
It's kind of like a blanket, so that when we take it off, it'll be a surprise to everybody.
Okay. Okay. Me
Well,
too, I suppose.
My more immediate question is, why all this? I get the status quo, but like, why not just grab us if you thought we were going to? Like, why did we have to go through those trials?
And he thinks again. So I do follow the teachings of Erithus, but when I made a mistake and I wanted to start fresh, I decided I would listen to all of them. The sky above us, it was inspired by Valen. She's the goddess of second chances and lost memories. And it was made possible because I trusted Iron. And it's a storm because that's what Cord would want. And Cord would also want the challenges that you had to face to come here. And Evandra, she would have appreciated the long journey too. To guide you as a prophet, that's what the Raven Queen and Sayanin would have done. I've tried to honor all of them to prevent my failures of hubris from hurting anybody else.
So is that what you're trying to do? Is sort of like honor the gods again? After
sort of. Yeah, but also it just sort of made sure that the people who finally came here, were worthy. And I know that's a silly concept, but that's what I like about all of you, how free we can talk about these things. Like,
how did you deem us to be worthy?
Well, you made it here. I mean, can you imagine, if my instincts were wrong and I was stuck working with Morgaine's childhood friends? Like, just between you and me, I'd probably have to eat Gara before he lessons.
Hey,
Just
Vale, on
Just
that,
having-
I completely agree with you. And if you get hungry, I've got a snack for you right behind us, sitting on a sword.
I swear to God.
I'm just kidding, Morgaine. You know I'm just kidding.
just
No, but
how many
I'm
groups
sorry.
did you send?
Sorry, Eric.
He also, really quick before I interrupt, or before Erie jumps in, he also looks at you, Kyvius, and then with that strange smile again, he goes, "Is it okay if you call me Master Bullywug again for the Veil? I really like."
Absolutely. That it would be my pleasure, Master Bollywog.
That was my third favorite thing about meeting you all.
Sorry, Erie.
We interrupted you, Erie. I'm sorry.
Just how many groups did you send to come here to prove they're worthy?
13, he says.
And you sent them all, right? Even the car?
Yes. It was always one from each group each time.
Oh,
And
so
you were a different person to each one, weren't you?
Just so they would trust me, yes.
More along the lines of us being deemed worthy. How do you know we didn't murder absolutely everybody on our way here?
That would be okay. I mean, if you got here and the gods wanted you to be here, then, the details don't really matter.
So you feel that the end justifies the means, then?
I think it's too complicated for us to know. But I trust you, and that should count for a lot.
are you Wilk?
Oh, cutting right
Could I
to the
just
point.
say that out loud?
Cutting right to the point.
Seems like, was that the first time we met?
There is only the briefest moment of hesitation before once again the familiar shape of Whelp. I'm not sure if it popped for you.
Yeah, it did.
Reappears before you, and you watch as his dingy white robes change color to be a pristine white once more. And just like before, you can see that the gaping wound in his stomach, this time concealed by moxia crystals that grow out of it. And he just brings a single finger to his neck and says, "They got it in one! Got it in one! Got it in one! Got it in one!" As the echo fades off in the distance. And then he turns back to the frog and says, "I hated that guy."
So that was you, 10 years ago, who attempted to fake attack the Emperor?
Karna's
Warren.
jaw drops.
More
Warren.
dangerous.
Oh, that's
They told
right.
you so.
Yeah,
When
yeah.
he
Karna's right back there.
transforms, Warren goes, yes!
And then he says, "Warren, what about this one? Did you know this?" And you watch as his shape changes again.
Twig?
And two tiefling horns come out of his head, and before you stands Keo Vossen.
Wait.
Wait,
No.
what?
And then a moment later, he shifts back to the floor and goes, "I was only kidding."
Oh my god!
And he rolls around on his back a little bit like a pug dog.
Love him. Can we keep him?
Oh,
She
Before
has a
we
baby.
forget.
Don't be silly.
Before we forget, what did you need the lamp for?
Oh, yeah, we're terrified of this thing and have decided to blow it up 3 times but never did. What?
Now, what is your intended... What did you want to do with it?
He says, "Well, that belonged to me, and I kind of wanted to get it back. I had to give it to somebody for a favor. I know I probably shouldn't, be starting a collection again, but that was part of my collection. I would never use it. Don't be ridiculous. Oh my goodness. But I didn't want to just steal it. Robbing a vault is uncouth. Besides, I thought it would be easy to see your true colors when you were in the vault and you were surrounded by gold and you were given the chance to sacrifice yourselves for a dream. Because now I know that you all think that your dreams can be accomplished with effort and you don't have to just sacrifice yourself for wishful thinking. Because that means you're level-headed and you're dependable and you can see there's more to this world than just the short term. But so I would like to get the lamp back, but it's not urgent."
What would you say if we wanted to destroy it?
I would be sad, but ultimately it's up to you. You're in charge. I'm just here to help. And there'll be other things that I can collect.
We could just put it away in the bag and leave it there for months again. That was
would be
pretty
okay.
good.
It was, yeah, it's done us so much good.
Yeah, being tempted constantly, having Shay steal it from us, and be
I'll say-
tempted.
I'll say it on day one, like I said on day one. Why don't we just give it to him and make him
mean-
promise not to use it?
Probably safer
Shrug.
in his hand than ours.
Yeah.
If I know there's some trust problems, maybe we consider that, kind of our like.
Our mea culpa.
That's a bigger word than I know.
That's 2 words.
Good,
Fair.
probably came out of a book.
I would never use it. I can't really think of anything I'd use it for, to be honest with you.
Would
It's
it?
just kind of nice, you know?
Would its effect actually work on you? Like, it says it'll take you away to another plane, but like you're you.
Yeah, I think probably not.
Yeah,
I
I thought so too.
I kind of don't know if they'd actually want to grant me a wish, you know? But like I said, it's nice, and I like having it, and there's stories behind it, and I like stories.
Okay. I kind of gingerly reach into the bag of holding and pull it out. Because, I mean, it's been nothing but a nightmare to have around. I'm afraid of this thing constantly.
Do you pinky promise never to use it?
He looks at you with complete sincerity and says, "I don't have a pinky."
How about this, Vale?
Master Bullywug.
Well,
Yes!
if we give it to you and you use it, then we can no longer be friends.
I understand. That's completely okay. But I won't.
I kind of whispered to Morgan, really? This is the dragon we're talking about. Okay.
Also, I just want to say, I know it's been stressful, and I know this is a lot of things happening at once. Morgaine, I wouldn't threaten our friendship over something silly like a lamp.
See, I told you guys we can trust him.
I kind of like float it over on a mage hand towards him.
It pops down on the grass nearby, and he like rubs his face up against it for a brief moment, and then kind of like spits some acid onto the side, and it sizzles against the metal, and he washes off. Where is she, by the way? Is she still coming?
Uh,
I'm afraid not.
No.
yeah, that one. I was actually. I know you're not omnipotent or anything, but I was hoping you would know what happened because I looked to my friends. I don't think we really know what happened. Does anyone really know?
Well,
'Cause I
just
she
know
was
that she made
better
a
when
promise
we
to the
left.
Raven Queen.
Yeah, she was better when we left Epitaph, and then when we came to the Ka, but after a while, she started really down again, and then
Yeah.
a collector came by. I guess, like I don't know.
She did mention that she had some debt she had owed to the Raven Queen. That's all we know.
Yeah. A servant of the goddess, I suppose, came to get her, but I I don't know why. And I don't know if she's gone. I think so.
Vale looks a little sad at this and nods and opens his mouth to respond, and then Karna interrupts. No, hang on! We're not glossing over this! You were the prophet! The one who sent us here! The one I believed! And he nods, yes?
Yeah, we had one too. It sucks, but he's a pretty nice guy.
This was ours.
And she,
Hey, ours was a
she's-
frog.
She's just shaking, and he goes, we trusted you! We thought you were infallible! But it was all just a sham and propaganda! And he goes, don't think of it that way. Think of it like advertising. You know, you believed in your city's message, and you believed in me, and it's okay if you don't believe in those things anymore. These people, they're going to have a new message that you can believe in instead. And very quietly under her breath, Morgaine, you hear Karna say, I'm going to fucking kill this frog.
It's a dragon, Karna. It's a giant dragon.
I don't give a fuck. One of the people from your civilization killed a dragon, right?
I'm
That's
not sure
wrong.
it was that big.
Yeah.
Vale examines the sky in a way that you take to mean, I have very good hearing. Sort of just like drifts off and
Nestor Bullywog.
yes,
I forgot my question.
that's okay. Do you know my second favorite thing about when we met?
I was going to ask about the first two, so no, I don't know, and I'd like to know.
The second one was when Sagar said he was going to eat me.
I did not say I was going to eat you.
You did, you threatened it, yes.
That
Take-
absolutely
take-
sounds like something you would say, Saigar.
He nods.
Listen, it's not my fault that I am a foodie.
That's something that we don't have in common. I try not to eat my friends.
Well, I did remember my question. This kingdom, is it going to be able to support all the people that need help, or is there a limit to the number of people that can come here?
No, that's the
Big.
goal. Anybody who wants to come here should be able to, and I can help make that happen.
Reminds me, we should probably use this beacon glyph, right? So that
How?
Johnny knows.
Well, wait. You said you can help make that happen. How can you help make that happen?
Are you going to fly them here?
He says, as much as that would be a good idea, that was one of the things that I knew wouldn't work. I can't bring people through the house. It affects them.
Right.
Dude, what are you cut out there?
It affects them.
The howl.
Sorry
Yeah.
about that, yeah. It's hard doing a frog voice, guys.
Yes,
I-
I'm sorry. Thank you.
You know, I sort of I don't know if that would be a good idea because I feel like it has to come with a lot of explanation. You know.
Like
Sure.
I'm not sure how well just people would react to
Yeah, just hop on this fucking dragon.
gargantuan dragon showing up,
Especially Epitaph, they'd probably start a whole thing.
Well,
or flee for their lives again.
True.
Yeah.
True. Saigar got really worried when he saw a dragon and he had to,
Oh yeah, okay, thanks, guys.
I went back to make sure he was okay. He was fine.
Mm-hmm.
and here's the other thing, he said. I don't want to be a dragon.
Oh. Why not?
Why not?
He says, well, is it okay if I start at the beginning really quickly? It won't be long.
I think we'd all like that very much. Sit
Yeah,
down, cross-legged, ears open, lore time.
As someone with only part of the story, I've been dying to know more.
Boom.
He also comes and flops down in the grassy dandelion that you realize now is something that he has planned and planted. And he says, when you're one of the mortal races, it's easy for you to live an unassuming life. You fight, you love, you make yourself a home, you make friends, you eat too much, you sleep too little, and then you die. And for one of my people, and we're only one step away from Tiamat, the way that the Shadow Kai are one step away from Weejas, we're prone to more violent lives. Cruelty and dominance, it runs in our blood. And that's not to say that you guys aren't capable of being, warlike. It's just the exception instead of the rule. And I want to be the exception as well. I want to live that unassuming life. Erithus helped me better understand how and helped me see things from your perspective. And I just wanted to show my appreciation to her by building a temple. My goal is no different than any other of our follower. And there's places out there beyond the ocean. And Warren, if you're concerned about the howl preventing people from leaving, you don't have to worry about that. It's a long, long way. Even for me, it's 6 or 7 days of flying. We're a long way out. Those ships that sail
Jeez.
away, they don't make it to land, Warren. I'm keeping them safe here too. But there's places out there a long way away, beyond the ocean, and in all of those places, they all have the same myth. It's the grand cities of the past, the first empire that united everybody, the towering walls around the city of light that kept the darkness at bay, the city of magic or science that changed the world. And in this place, the island of Rios, the place that's beloved by the gods, it's still young. It's a baby. It's writing its history. It needs that myth. It's waiting for the city that brings an end to this war. So I came to this land and I guided the broken tribes here to safety, and I gave them direction and shelter and a community and laws and everything that Erithis says that people. And she was right, and they were happier, and their lives were improved. But you mortals, you are unpredictable. You're chaotic. In any group of 10,000, most of them are going to be grateful, and then one will try to stab you in the heart. And I realize now that it was because of my very nature that this temple that I built for Erithis had crumbled. And just like how Saigar and Kyvius know that I would never, ever, ever, ever hurt them in 100 lifetimes, my scales tell them that I'm a monster. And even in this form, you all could sense the truth. So I just want to finish what I started. I want to bring peace to a warring island with a temple to the goddess of civilization. Just as some kind of testimony, to what she's capable of. And I don't want to be a dragon. I wanted to show you what I really am so you'd know for sure that I'm not keeping any secrets from you. But Warren, Erie, Kyvius, you've studied polymorphic magic.
A little.
A bit. I can't do any myself, but yeah, a bit.
So it's not just the physiology that changes, it's the mind too. If you transform into a fish, you can breathe the water reflexively. Or if you're transforming into something faster than you're not going to be limited by your own reaction speed anymore. You rely on the psychology of your new. And the mind of a bullywug, it's uncomplicated. It's easier to keep thoughts straight. When you're a dragon and you look down on the world and all the fragile little people scurrying around in it, it's easy to keep looking down on the world, It's easy for thoughts to creep in about how fragile it all is. But given the choice, I'd rather look up to all of you.
So it's kind of like a perspective shift. You take on this form to give you that shift in perspective.
That's part of it. The other part is I've spent so much time in the Howl as a dragon. Sometimes the thoughts that I think there are disconnected from the thoughts that I normally, He's kind of got a mind of its own, and I just don't like being him when I can't.
If you wanted to become a bullywug permanently, is that something you could do?
I don't think it works that way. Besides, it has its uses. I can, if you have enemies and you need to protect your city, I can do it. But last time, my city failed because they thought a dragon was, and I don't want that to happen again. I want you to be in charge.
If you have this power, Master Bullywug, why did you not prevent the wars with the car? Prevent their creep upon the world if you had this power already?
Because the one time that I tried, when I built my city, Shokea, and it was destroyed by the gods, you can't begin to fathom how I felt. I was on my knees before the shadows of the gods to present the gift that I'd made for one of them to the one who saved me. And the city's voices, and hear his tone shift. They were a choir when they broke me. When they made me watch them kill her, forcing their blood onto my hands. And my city fell like glass. But it deserved to after what they did. And for years after that, my mind was lost. I barely ate. I don't think I slept. I wandered alone in the darkness. I was wretched with fever, and when the fever broke at last, it was because of her. She was waiting there for me to come back and for me to understand. And a reading, even if it took an eternity. And so that was my penance, and this is my absolution. This is my second chance. And I've learned from my mistakes. I've learned the meaning of her lesson, and I want what she wants. I want what the people want, and I want what you want. And that's why it's so important to me, that we're friends, because you are in charge now. Whatever you need from me, I will give. And all I ask is that before all is said and done, you let me show her what you've made, and you let me show her the single street that you named after me.
Would you want to live amongst us?
I want what you want.
It's a lot, I do you have any idea why I saw part of that story? Because I don't. I watched those days, your heartbreak, her wound, but I don't know how or where it came from.
He nods again. And he says, the mantles and the gates, they are fascinating. I wish I knew for sure, but I don't. This island is sacred to the gods for reasons that you and I will probably never be able to understand. And I think that the gates are a part of that somehow. Because they're architecture, of the kind that would be symbolic to Erithus. And they give gifts and honors upon the people who follow her teachings. I think that they're reinforcement that what I'm doing here is right. It's what she wants, and she provides her boons to ensure that the people who are following law instead of chaos can reach their goals. Tyvius, you've got a little, and he sort of puts his webbed finger kind of near your face. It's near your ear.
What do I have?
You're not really sure what he's referring to, and he goes, "It's dangling from a horn. Can I just get it?"
Yeah. It's a bug. I don't really like bugs. Can you get it off?
It is a bug, and his tongue flicks out, and it grabs around a spider, the size of your thumb, and just down into its throat.
Thank you for that. Maybe not the way I expected you to get it off, but that's okay.
Oh,
All right.
do you know the spider thing down there? Because that was scary.
Yeah, and I may have made a deal with it that I've got to go back and say hi.
What the fuck, Hydius?
Well, I said I'd be back. I didn't say I'd be back right away or in the next year. If we pop in and say hello, maybe in the next decade or so, I'd be fulfilling
Or
my
shoot
promise.
it to death,
But
or
if
kill
I
it with fire.
If I recall correctly, we weren't supposed to lie to it or something. I don't know. We got instructions when we came in here, but you know how good we are at listening to instructions.
Oh,
Listen, there's only one fate that's good for a spider. That's burned to death.
Or eaten by a master bullywug.
Bale says, I personally probably wouldn't have talked to it, but I don't know. I guess talking to it's a second choice. That's fine.
Okay, yep, all right.
Did you just get sass from an ancient dragon?
Yeah, you know what?
An ancient master bullywog,
Yeah,
sorry.
If you're going to get sassed, though, I feel like respect. That's...
No, it was sincere. I just wouldn't talk to spiders. They don't have anything important to say.
What is that?
There's probably going to be a lot more to talk about, but I understand the physicality before you point to the loom. How do we build a kingdom?
Honestly, however you want.
I mean, the loom saves us from having to rely on Javi, which is honestly probably the biggest thing.
Probably the best
we can
thing
hope
for everyone.
I think it's in everyone's best interest not to rely on Javi.
No, but as it's a kingdom. I came here looking for a promised land, and I didn't realize we were going to be setting up a new world. Now we're just gonna port over High Helm and be like, and war averted.
Well, I mean, I don't think necessarily we have uh, to abandon that idea.
But I think we've got a more secure means of travel now, don't we? Without having to rely on...
Through the portal in Ashtung's tomb, basically.
Yeah, instead of trying to teleport an entire castle, I think that if we build one here, if anyone wants to... I mean, here's the thing. Just as Morgaine said to Kana, we want to save more than just the people from High Helm. It seems prudent to maybe make a way for all peoples to come here if they want to. Because obviously any city we would build would be highly preferable because it'd be kind of badass.
Not just that kind. I mean, not to get too serious, but we have much to discuss about this at a later time. But you know that I'm not a big fan of aristocracy. So I think having the ability to build our own kingdom means we get to reset the rules of society.
I like that.
Not opposed. I think we should inquire with our friend for more details on who exactly is, coming with him in his little deal. If they were...
We could include him in this conversation right now, couldn't we?
Not...
Oh God, King Leois, isn't he still sick?
Well, I think he's dead.
I think he's dead.
I think he's bitten.
Yeah, I think
Don't know
Well,
that.
we do have the beacon glyph.
We've still got a beacon glyph.
Yeah, but that's the last one. It's we have to use that for Jovi to get our location and then move. We can't. I don't think we can use it to talk to him because then it'd just be gone.
Just a quick reminder, last time you guys spoke to Javi was on the other side of the mountain. You're like, cool, we're heading to our destination. We'll contact you when we get there. And Kavia said, cool, get to work getting as many people as you can for your ritual.
Oh, okay. So other question before we go ahead. So I turned to Master Bullywog. Among, the people of this land, there's always a saying that you need a foundling stone before the first brick is laid somewhere. Is that like a true thing, or is that just kind of like people's made up myths?
He hesitates a little bit on this one too, and the magic that is used to take a foundling stone and turn it into arcane energy is definitely not necessary for a city. We did without foundling stones for a long time, and it's only the people up in Rolandtusk that know that, and they gave that magic to people in High Helm, and the Ka doesn't know it, and they do just fine. They do better than fine.
Yeah, it's true. The Ka actually, they shut down foundling stones.
They don't use them for something else.
Didn't
They
the foundling
disabled
stones
them.
just stop the advance of the Ka's deserts?
Sort of. When they destroy the foundling stones, they do so in a ritual that gives them more power and spreads the desert.
Okay. Well, if we don't...
AKA the Zerg creep.
Yeah, if we don't need one...
It would speed things up, but so would using the loom. And I don't think building a city with a weak spot is a smart idea. And I don't think building another copy of a city that's already been built and destroyed 3 times is a good idea either. But again, I'm just here to provide advice, and you're...
In my opinion, I'd say it's probably best to use the loom and not rely on teleporting a city, since I don't think the people in High Home would be happy if we stole half of their city.
I mean, not just that. I think it's the ability for, as you said, to kind of shape it the way we see fit.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from now. You mean use the loom to make the buildings, but still bring the people?
Yeah, bring the people.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
thought
what were you thinking?
I thought we would just like, fuck it. Fuck them. We'll make our own kingdom and we'll hang out. It'll be like our secret tree clubhouse.
Right. We'll have a giant castle and an entire village and
Yeah.
forge and everything, but no people.
No,
No,
we'll just call up Javi and say, "Oh, we all died. Sorry."
Yeah,
Yeah.
see where I thought we would turn into anarchy. I was getting a little sort of worried.
I guess next question is how do we want it to look like?
Oh, jeez.
Well, before we get onto the city, may I ask one last question about you, Master Bullywug?
There's nothing that I hate more than talking about myself. What would you like to know?
Will you be staying here in our city?
It's whatever you want is what I want. I can go live in the hole, he says, and he points over to the. Honestly, I'd prefer that. Sometimes you just need to stretch out, you know?
Right, it's probably sort of. We could like give you like a temporary, like a vacation spot in the city, right? Like if you wanted to come for a little bit and then leave.
Maybe even a perk.
Visiting an inn or something.
Whatever you think. I just want you to know that I'm here when you need me.
That's.
Oh, he says, and he rushes over and he scuttles over to get the helmet, and then he very slowly brings it back to the group and hands it off to you, Morgaine, and says, "You're probably going to want."
But I gave it to you.
I know, but I had you go get it for me so that you'd have it now.
Oh, okay.
You're teleporting an entire group of people. This is the only way I know how to talk to them all at once. You should probably explain what's happening.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
I didn't think of that.
That's okay. I thought of a lot of things.
Is there any way we could have sort of a greeting for them and like food?
I was thinking hi.
Yeah, that's good and all, but like, like a feast or something?
He looks back and goes, "This place is paradise. They can eat. They can do whatever they need. They'll be at home. We'll provide for them."
There's an awful lot of fruit on the trees right now, Warren. It looks
Yeah.
pretty ripe. Yes?
There's fish in the shallows. There's plenty of livestock. I carried them here very carefully.
Is that what we saw you doing? When you scared the shit out of us? We saw you fly over the... Saigon's got the best eyes ever, and he saw you fly over, where were
Vale.
we? Yeah, Crooked Vale. Were you carrying livestock?
No, that was an apology. I wanted to make sure that you guys were okay, and I wanted to make sure I saw you.
Okay.
I had to apologize because I had some gnolls come try to kill you.
You set them on us?
You sent some gnolls to try to kill us?
Okay, I know how that sounds. It's complicated. I was pretending to be their god, and then when things were getting...
They were another us.
Well, they were getting out of hand, and I needed to make sure that they died, so I thought I would just kill 2 gnolls with 1 Kyvius.
And thus the first saying of our new kingdom is founded.
Your methods are really similar to the way that we think of doing things, you know.
That's why we're friends!
Is that going to be on all our license plates, Kyvius?
Well, we probably could chat for hours, but all I can think of is right now is there's the amount of kids and families in High Helm that are still starving, the ones on the street. And
I do volunteer to play the harp. I did have musical training as a child.
Just remember that I don't really know how to control a mantle, and if you don't either, you might wind up with an exact copy of High Helm, whether you like it.
Okay.
The loom is a mantle.
It is, yes. It
Can
belonged
one-
to Yolis Ashtung II, and she was wonderful.
Can one control two mantles at once?
I don't know. I've never tried to even have one.
Can I do a would it be a perception check to see if I understand this thing a little better?
Yeah, absolutely. What is the DC of a level hard? It is 16. Oh shit, you got. There is inscribed on the sort of base center of this harp, in the very bottom, is a gemstone, and this tiny little like emerald gemstone. You can see that this complex design in 3D of a city has been carved somehow into the stone itself, like on the actual interior of this crystal has been carefully done by magic, and you could presumably remove this and make a new one and use it to like basically do complex architecture. But the thought of how that would even be done is so far beyond your magical understanding that it's not even worth it. But it's basically a harp that you can play to create whatever is in the blueprint that is magically formed.
The blueprint is the carvings or the gem?
There's a little gem inset into the base of it, and inside the gemstone itself, not on the exterior, but inside, you can see like a glass version of a 3D model of the city.
Is that like an Arcana check I could make to figure that out a bit?
Yeah, absolutely. Give me a legacy check.
Legacy?
Yes, please.
That's a 2.
You can't even look at this thing, unfortunately. Oh, be careful with your random legacy rolls. Kyvia, same thing. You actually, like, you get fairly close to it and your hand reaches out and you're like, what am I doing? I don't know how to play the harp. And it just, your hand stretches back a little
Oh, are
bit.
we
Realize
rolling
it's not-
legacies?
Nope. I'm just for people who wanted to roll the Arcana check. I just wanted to let you know that other than more than a passing glance at this thing is you kind of have to own it. You
I
know?
never liked hops.
No, it's sort of fair. So how do you
Zygar,
play?
Warren, I would advise one of you. My fingers aren't really good for instrument playing.
As I said, I can play the harp. I'm just not sure what I'll end up playing on this thing.
Vale's got a song I think that's sort of where we're supposed to start, right?
But Zygar described a kind of blueprint. Is there?
Okay.
Well, Master Bullywug, are there other blueprints that you could replace this one with?
I don't know, he says, and just shrugs his shoulder. Fucking the limerick for a harp. Here we
Hang
go,
on.
boys.
Oh my god.
He's waiting to help when Zygar attempts this.
Oh, I was gonna do it for myself, but
Oh, okay. No, that works.
I mean, I
Can I
you
make a
can back
suggestion
up.
to you?
Yeah.
Claire, you may want to hang on to that for the time
Okay.
being.
sure.
I think. Oh,
Nice.
sorry.
Who's got a guitar?
That's not the right
Hey.
song.
Who's doing
Incorrect.
that?
That's Ash.
Gotcha. Oh my god.
Ash, you play the Song of Storms and are struck by lightning.
Ouch. Am I dead?
I don't think that's how the Song of Storms work. I think it just creates rain.
You just said I got hit by lightning.
Oh yeah, but it's like, like Nintendo lightning, so you just have a heart.
So, are you trying to play it? Is that what you're doing?
I was trying. I don't think that seemed to work very well.
But again, just remember, this place I've made is a blank slate, and you can't really undo a city. So
So how do you recommend we begin building?
it's up to you.
Well, we have a lot of people.
Right, but that people they'll need shelter, no? I mean,
Well,
it's really nice weather right now, but could rain. People like their hair. They don't like spiders in their hair. Although we do
Vale turns to you, warning, goes, "Is it gonna rain?"
Hold on, let me check. Spend a healing surge.
Yeah, you got like 2 days of good weather.
Well, the good news is, if we can build a house in 2 days, the hell will be fine.
Thank
Gonna
God.
mark that off my character sheet.
You guys all thought you were gonna play Civilization, but now it's Minecraft.
Apparently.
Punch a
Yeah,
tree,
block-
build a little shelter.
Block by block.
I'm just gonna dig a hole.
I'm confused. Are people just not able to pick up the harp? Is that what happened?
Well,
Well,
I definitely
there's a
cannot.
debate here because the harp is like it has a city inside of it, right?
Right. Oh,
And
but
that's what we're discussing.
Well,
but it'll pop up one
Yeah.
pre-made and not made by us.
right, and the implication that I felt like the implication that Vale was giving us is that we don't want to build the same city that he's been building over and over again. So, if the gem is a blueprint, do we want to play it with that blueprint in it? I don't know. I mean,
Or alternatively, like it certainly exists as a tool if you need it, but his idea for this grand city, and you guys, of course, like trying to have this idea of like bringing different people together, not just High Helm. Probably don't want to make a copy of that same city to get started.
Well,
Okay,
especially if
I
you want to make it opening and welcoming to
Yeah.
everyone, right?
got it.
If
Misunderstood.
we have all peoples build the city, then it will be a city for all peoples.
Okay, so
But that would require opinions from everybody, and we need that gemstone.
what gemstone?
Well, if that is the template that's supposed to be inside the mantle, should we not have to create that gem yourself? We have to take out the one that's in there right now and replace it with one with the vision of the city we have in mind.
Is that how it works, Master Bullywog? Do we need to find ourselves a new blueprint before we can play the harp and start building?
I'm honestly not very magic. I think that probably by the time it took you to figure out how to do that, you could probably just build a city by hand. But I don't know magic, so
I mean, if we have enough people from a city, it shouldn't take too long to build up the starting things that we need.
So are you suggesting that we teleport people over here and then we start the build?
Yeah.
Put them to work.
Wouldn't that be for lack of a better
Saigar.
word, disappointing for people who just got teleported here?
Saigar, you remember when we were we did the Heroes Feast for the first time?
Yes?
You remember how happy those people that just lost all of their technology, their houses in darkness? Are you going to tell me that some walls are going to make them not happy to be somewhere in like this?
Yeah, I think the abundance of even just natural things to eat is going to be quite an increase in the quality of life of anyone we would bring here.
That's a fair point.
This is a second chance for them. I
Not just
think
a
they'll
second
make that
chance, but
happen.
people are starving now.
So
also being arrested. Veil pipes up.
Being arrested?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
after the king died, the whole city is crazy.
Okay, can we get on with this
Yeah, I
now?
think we should probably, you know what, maybe it's time to contact
Helmet on.
Jovi.
I guess we break open the big glyph, right?
Yep, I've got it right here in the bag of holding.
Yeah, Karna, this was the plan the entire time. Sorry I didn't tell you.
sorry, I still love you, but
Oh my god. I think I had the helmet thing somewhere. Hang on for a split second.
Warren, as Morgan says
Can't-
that word, says yes. He told you. You know, Will was
Can we take a break?
Absolutely. I want to do another like quick 3 minutes here, if that's okay, and then absolutely.
Yeah.
One
Alright.
second. Yeah, I don't know where the fucking helmet is, guys. I've lost it. Sorry.
The card, you mean?
Okay, fuck it.
Yeah, gone.
We know it makes your voice loud, and I think it gave a bonus to something.
I'm sure you guys fucking track it down. I'll track it down.
I think it was like +1 will. and your voice
I
is real
I
loud.
think it also might have been plus 30 dex to everybody in the party.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Okay, cool.
Does somebody break the beacon?
Yeah, I guess I
Mazel tov.
reach into the bag of holding, pull out the beacon, show everybody here, and then Kyvius smash!
Thank you. There is once more a moment where the world parts and you can sort of see beyond this gate, and you can very clearly see Javi at this point in time with a vast crowd of people behind him. A lot. They appear to be just outside the actual city itself, outside the walls, and it's the majority of the city. And as soon as it pops through, he says, "Oh, hello. Who's is that?"
Yes. Can you hear me? This is Kyvius.
No, everything's going according to plan here. Your timing is actually not as impeccable as I would have hoped. I should have triangulated your remaining travel time, give it a little bit of margin for error. I appear to have undershot it by a couple of hours. What kept you?
Oh, there was, I guess an obstacle or two, and maybe a firefight, and,
Maybe a fucking dragon as well?
They decided to take a nap.
Maybe a spider that uses a werebear as a marionette. We don't
At
need
least
to
half
go
that
into
time
details.
was talking.
And maybe we got sucked into Candyland, and didn't really know where we are or who we were anymore. But we're here now. Yee!
Well, as you can see, I've asked the people of our city who are still loyal to His Highness to meet me out here in the Etched Plains, and as you can see, there is quite a crowd, and only about a quarter of them or so have gotten bored and worried about military retribution and have returned back to the walls of our infiltrated and once beloved city. I need to turn the music down. So, with your permission, I'd like to begin to weave the spell now. I'd like to... He turns around. Whisk the people here who still believed in the name of Ashtung to safety, throwing wide the doors of reality and taking one long step to the prophesied, if that's all right with you.
Warren yells from the background towards Kyvius, I hope these motherfuckers are ready for something they're not gonna forget.
Yeah, just tell everyone to, prepare themselves and, come with a, open mind and a penchant for fruit and fishing.
I lean over to Eerie. Eerie, do you have the limerick in case?
Limerick can't help Javi. Gotta be close.
Yeah.
Yep, sorry. I think it's a D20 roll, not a D100 roll, which I'm gonna do in a second here.
Before we let everyone through, I kind of whisper to the group though. Should we set some kind of ground rules? Are we going to make this up on the fly when they arrive?
Dealing with it later.
Yeah, that was a great thing to have asked before this, because Javi slams the staff down into the ground, and you watch as the names of all of the people who died defending Highhelm, their names have been etched into the plains. You realize this is the ritual that he's been working on for years, because every single one of the names inscribed there in the ground lights up with Residium. And they light up, presumably around the entire capital city as this ritual begins. And immediately, you can see like the arcane magic flowing off of him like he is going Super Saiyan. As like just like rainbow iridescent light just like rips off him. And his eyes just pupils vanish and just become spheres of light, and the sweat breaks down over his face. And he goes, actually, this is harder than you might surmise at first glance.
No,
and I'm going to make it D100.
Oh my god.
He needs to roll above 30 and 80 for the two different tiers of check.
Oh, okay, above 30 and above.
What's the... Okay, what...
There we go.
Shit, Javi!
Well, there you go.
And he goes, granted, I've only done some quick table math on the actual Moxia toll this might be taking, but I believe I can accomplish this.
It won't leave you looking worse than me.
My lords, this may take all of my concentration, though, if that is all right. Kyvius, I can bring the entire city, everyone who is loyal. Yes or no?
Yes.
And with that, his vision fades completely as he's focused completely on the spell. But as you can see, and we're taking like 30 seconds, I promise. As you can see, another person bursts into the frame, and she is wearing her armor, even though it doesn't fit nearly as well as it used to. And this black plate of Kiovasan, like appears in front, and she sort of like puts her hand out, and she's trying to grab the invisible portal, and brings her hand back, confused by magic. And she goes, "Warren, can you hear me?"
Yeah, is that your voice?
She lifts up Leaf, and you can see that she's holding Leaf in her hand. She says, "Brannick's not back yet. I told him I wasn't going to leave without my old unit, and he insisted I stayed with Leaf. Well, he went to the barracks. That was over an hour ago. It shouldn't have taken this long. Something's wrong." And Leaf just starts crying, goes, "I miss Dad."
Can we get over the High Helm?
We can take the gate.
We can take the portal. But all these people are going to teleport over here without anybody to guide them then.
Kyo, we can go back and we can check. The people here, when they arrive, they're going to need some coordination. They're going to need some instruction. We need you to guide them. And there's fruit, there's fowl, there's fishing, but we can leave and we can make it back to High Helm through the Titan gates, and we can find out what's going on. Just make sure you get yourself here with Leaf and be safe. And we'll go find out what's going on.
Javi says, "This is honestly, again, requiring all of my concentration. Traveling through the Titan, I have to, no, after. Just sweat pouring down his face, and Kyo nods, like her face set, grim and determined, as the five of you turn and race back towards the caves, leaping over Garrow's still unconscious body as we go. We'll be back in 10.
All right.
Okay.
Wait, the characters are us.
Wait, he's still there? Is Hewitt still there?
Yes, sir.
Oh, there you
Also,
are.
for those of you who are still here, I needed us to have the break here because I had no fucking idea how that roll was gonna go.
The D100's a big variance.
Oh boy! Yeah,
I mean-
no, that's a big one.
He crit it.
I did. He crit it. All right, we're back.
I say as we're sprinting out, we need to make sure they're extra unconscious.
Yeah.
Oh god, this is out of tune like crazy.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Oh man. I'm back. Kind of early.
I am as well.
Well, it looks like we might have combat today.
Probably. I don't
Yeah.
remember what I've used. Pretty sure it's only one daily.
I think I have.
Actually, no, I haven't used anything.
I mean,
Yeah,
technically, we wouldn't this consider us constitute a long rest at this point?
No.
Why not?
Probably not.
Our last long rest was before we fought the other group.
Hmm.
It has not been 2 days of casual weekend chilling.
Well, we had the feast before the fight, so
yeah,
anything
so
you
that
didn't use in the
that
fight.
was our last long rest. And Morgane's like first long rest in like 8 months.
Yeah, so
I mean,
I
these
used
really
an
need rest.
action point in that encounter, but nothing else.
I think I have mine.
Your action point? So your hero point?
Yeah, I don't.
Wait. I don't
I still
have
have
my
mine.
living missile because
Yeah,
Because-
you saved.
Oh,
Karna.
you saved Karna.
yeah, right, because that happened after. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
remember.
you use living missile to pull her off the edge of the cliff?
Yeah.
Yeah, when she
Oh.
was free falling.
I forgot you did that.
Anybody remember where she even said Brannick was?
Oh, in the barracks.
Looking for her dudes in the barracks.
In the barracks, yeah.
Okay.
Hugh requested Wonder
Nondescript
Walking.
barracks.
Well, Warren would know. That's gonna be a hell of an entrance. Sup, motherfuckers, we've had a hell of a day. Get out of the way.
Hey guys, testing audio?
I can
Hey,
hear you.
Okay, cool. I had to change my devices. I apologize if it's significantly worse.
it is, but hello.
Over the
It's
drama
not
of the last couple of days.
significantly worse.
Okay, I just forgot to plug my headset in, but we'll make do hopefully.
Oh, it's just significantly louder. When I turned it down, it's not.
Okay,
bad.
sorry about that.
Are you good? It's gonna move you from 200 to 70.
For the best.
You had steel at 200? Jeez.
I have him at 180 right now.
Really?
I have my Discord kind of weird. Everybody's up pretty high on mine.
You know, this has got to be the weirdest campaign for Hewitt to start listening to. Like, this is the weirdest session for him to start because I had a full-on Disney song with no music. Saigar, one of the PCs, uttered the phrase, "We need to stop the establishment." And the group, like, nodded in total agreement. And you guys sat in a flower field talking to a frog for 2 hours.
He was cool. He was hilarious.
Wild and I gotta say, we were coming to the session with the expectations that like Kyvius and Saga were like, you know what? No, fuck this guy. We need to like turn the group against him immediately. 30 seconds, and you're like, no, he's okay.
No,
I
Saigar still has apprehension.
No, I know.
That's not going away.
I know.
I think your choice to have him leave so we could talk before we talked to Vale, it's a good one. It would have been a lot worse if we didn't talk to each other before talking to Vale.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I've got a plan.
we got to chat.
Warren and the others, I gave them the skizzy, the hizzy, the...
Plan
deeds?
involves steps and planning. I'm not sure we have that.
Not when
We have
Not when you're jam dunk.
No, we have plans. Do we stick to the plan? No.
We're bringing all the people to start a new kingdom. Brannick's in trouble? Fuck him. We're out of here.
Excuse me,
Plans-
the plan is jam and then dunk.
Yeah, exactly.
It's in the name.
Yeah.
The
Oh,
plan
you're right, I'm
is
sorry.
the plan is get in over our heads. Epic speech from Warren and Erie. Revengeful one-liners from Morgaine. Kyvius blows things up. Saigar blows things up. Yeah. Success. Profit.
everyone's happy.
It's
So
happy.
good.
No one dies. Finger guns.
I like the tagline, no one
I
dies.
think Warren Neer need to come up with the catchphrase like Leroy Jenkins.
Like Leroy Jenkins, but not.
You give him the slam and I'll give him the jam.
Oh, fuck.
But it has to be said in the same way as the catchphrase that Ash is suggesting, which is like, you give him the slam!
That sounds dirty.
It does.
It does.
It does.
Kind of makes it better, actually. Are we going to just dive back in?
Give me 2 seconds.
Do we have an hour and a half?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. Because we might need it. I didn't expect for him to roll a 96. I don't think any of us did.
No.
Jobby's
I
bro
was
tier.
ready for Javi to fuck it all up.
Right? Me too.
Pretty much.
100%. God, no,
I-
that guy's great.
I think I do just want to say, as we like run, I like yell back to Vale. Let him know that the other people are basically our prisoners. Okay, thanks.
Don't say
Carter's
prisoners.
Well, I just keep them from doing bad.
I mean, Warren, don't you mean esteemed guests of honor that just can't
Aye.
leave or move anywhere?
Listen, they could cause a lot of trouble.
I'm just gonna yell back at Vale. Take care of my family, please. Thank you.
At the same moment, Karna like reaches up a hand to you and then like grips into a fist and goes, "Just be safe. I'm not gonna lose you to this."
Garna, if I could survive you, I could survive anything.
You guys race back into the tunnels that you had just left a moment ago, and again the cold hits you right away.
We're never gonna sleep. It's never gonna happen. I'll never sleep again. I don't remember sleep.
And collectively,
Who needs a long rest, right?
you all race back to the mantle door, not too far back into the tunnels, careful to avoid places where you can hear skittering inside. And I described this door previously as two, just like in the picture here, it's like two sort of, not symbols of death the way that they are presented here, but definitely two like elemental twisted creatures that have like pulled open the door with dragon motifs on. And beyond is just that place of darkness. And it's of course Morgaine who, with his robes whipping around behind him, just like grabs one of the stone doors and easily pulls it forward. And all of you can just feel a gust of cold, frigid wind, like death, just pour out from the...
Jeez. Ominous.
I know it's dark. Hope that isn't a problem.
No. This is your door, so you should be able to, I don't know, just kind of think it and we should go there?
Okay, door, high helm.
Sure.
Morgaine, can you roll legacy for me?
Yeah? Oh no.
Oh, shit!
Jesus.
Holy fuck!
What did he get?
33?
Whoa!
The 19 on the die.
Yeah, no, that's pretty good. Oh boy. There is very clearly that moment. Chase not. There is very clear that moment as well that you just feel yourself taking one long step between the worlds, and you can feel like you're not alone, like there's something else in there with you. The presence of some distant, insane, giant eye just somewhere off in the darkness, but it's just a fleeting moment as you step on through, and you find yourselves once again in the beautiful, polished basement of the Gallery of Art and Arcanum in High Helm. And you just race up the stairs, familiar steps that you've been before, feeling invigorated. And as you burst out into the city streets, the city is vanishing all around you. The walls of the building, yes, are shimmering out of existence. And like, there's a moment where you look around in sort of the slum section of the city, and it reveals like a shocked mother nursing a baby before they too just vanish in this arcane fog. There is
I think we forgot to tell Javi to just transport the people and not all of High Helm.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, we'll be dealing with that very soon.
Well, shit.
There is a group of cruel kids who are shouting like, "Go away!" to like a younger, presumably annoying sibling, and then they just do. The kid just vanishes, leaving only empty air and just kind of gaping looks of disbelief towards where the kid was a moment. There is as good.
Javi caused the rapture.
Not wrong.
There is a mastiff that like howls and whines in upset confusion as you like make it on the city street properly because it's looking for the rat it had chased in an alleyway just like 10 seconds ago, and that's now nothing more than a poof of cerulean colored smoke. Because as
bring the rats.
Yeah. As you race towards sort of the city's beating heart outside of the slums, you are reminded that this is a spell of transposition, as Javi has reminded you endlessly in the past, because it is swapping the positions of objects, where there is a man in the back alley where he was a moment ago nibbling on the neck of some scantily clad courtesan who is now like stumbling backwards with a mouthful of bark as a large mossy stump now replaces where she was a moment ago. I would like to start our largest skill challenge thus far in the campaign.
Oh no.
There is 15 checks coming your way, and you need to succeed at 11 of them to win overall.
Holy shit.
Okay.
Yeah. So, 5 failures, and it is a failed skill check. Failed skill challenge.
Okay.
Okay.
Where are we starting? What's going
And
down?
no reusing two of the same, right?
Each
You-
one you roll is
You
unique.
can, but depending, no, there's less than 15 skills. My apologies, I'm moving away from my character. Got to grab my cheat sheet here. You can definitely roll the same skill multiple times. You are more likely to have a lower difficulty if it is a unique skill that makes sense for the situation, or if you're using like in a creative way. Like if it jives with me, then it's gonna be less difficult than you guys just like than Warren just rolling Arcana for every check.
You mean warfare?
Warfare for every check, correct? And Kai's rolling Arcana for every check, right? If you guys branch out a little bit, the lowered DCs, and it is pretty significant at level 7. It goes from being a 16 to a 23 if I go from being an average skill check to a hard one. So like if I call something a hard skill check because of your pitch, you had better hope that it is going to be 8 points higher, 7 points higher than whatever your next best skill would have been. That would have been more appropriate if that makes sense. And that's true for some of you, but certainly being flexible in your skills is the best way.
Okay.
So as you race out into the slum, I'm going to fucking just put us into a map here real fast. Oh god, I have to jump through so many fucking things. Hold up.
Can Dark Souls guy come with us?
Dark Souls guy, no. Oh.
Oh.
That looks awesome.
Oh no, he took half the house.
Well, it's like a bee.
Only half the house believed in the king.
No, hold on. It's like a bee moving through it, Yuri.
It's slowly fogging. Also, volume on this one, guys. Sorry. You have no idea where Brannick is. If you guys had something from him that you could use to use magic to track his location, or you could use Erie's ritual, otherwise you're stuck with more mundane methods of finding a pin-headed dwarf in a rapidly vanishing haystack.
But
Yeah,
she
this-
said he went to the barracks. That was what Keo said.
To
Warren-
find his old unit.
Right. Do you know where or do we have anything of his? I don't.
Do we
Hold on, I
have
think
it?
did.
We never picked up Cherie's Residium, right?
We did.
We went.
That was
Meta question for the GM.
Oh man, we're already into it.
Yeah.
The lens of momentary sight I have has a quote from Classon Brannick on it. Does that mean that it is related to him in any way?
It does not, unfortunately.
Damn.
No.
All right, sorry.
Yeah, it depends on how Steele wants to rule it with Shireen's Residium. If we do, we have 150.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah. Well, because
So
Saigar and
everyone's
I
on board
went.
with using that?
Saigar
Yeah.
and Kyvius went through the bodies. Remember, or the corpse, the not dead
Yeah.
bodies.
Not corpses.
Yeah.
Okay.
The not corpses.
Let's focus on the Residium for now, because that's the obvious eerie thing, right?
Okay, so I'll just do the 50 Residium to cast the Standing Ritual, focusing on Castling Brannick.
Perfect. What do you say?
Hey, Brennick, we're coming. Don't just stay there. Be safe. Don't die. We're coming. We'll be there. 5 minutes. Okay. Bye.
There is
Okay,
a moment later where he replied, "Look after my wife and my daughter, lads. I've got things under control here.
That does not sound like it's under control.
Can I make an insight check?
You could have if we're doing multiple skills, but you're going to
Yeah,
be rolling
but-
skills
yeah.
plenty here. You know that he is in fact at the prisons in the heart of the city, just past the white gold mosaic district and the nobles.
Oh, do I need to roll for it though?
No, you use your Residium for it instead.
hell yeah.
I still want to roll
Let's
though. 'Cause-
go.
What a bullet! And as you race through the streets of High Helm, you were reminded briefly of doing this as kids once before. This is a familiar path that you're running through.
The white gold. Yeah.
And as you're having that thought, you see a group of people, and there are 2 dwarves who are holding a pane of glass between them. And it's the exact same 2 dwarves when you were kids. And they turn and look at you with shock, and then suddenly they turn into gazelles. They and the dozen people behind them suddenly become replaced by a herd of those multi-legged gazelle-like creatures, and they just start racing through the city in an understandable panic and stampeding over the glass and towards you.
I, in a similar fashion, would like to roll endurance to essentially shoulder check the gazelles as we run into them.
Yeah, man, endurance, absolutely. That's a 16.
All right. Beep beep.
Gotta go fast!
Yeah. Warren adopts a linebacker's position, and just you all follow him as he starts just checking gazelles left and right out in front of you. Oh my god!
I've hunted beasts my whole life.
This is what hunting beasts looks like in its lowest possible form. When it's not like an art so much as it is just beating up deer. Yeah, one of them bumps into your arm and goes slamming into a nearby building and falls into a candle maker shop. You continue to sort of rush through the city, and you can see before you that clock tower that you left on when you were kids that had the giant bell, the one that is that's connected to the cathedral and has all the different gods. Begins to dissolve. But the bell at the top, maybe it's because it's a different material, is taking longer, and it begins to plummet from the heavens towards a group of civilians who are below, just, again, trying to figure out what the heck is going on. You know that it would injure a few people, but it would also completely crush the Coley cake market stall from when you were kids. And there is a familiar-looking, slimy elf, completely unaware of the damage that's about to befall him and his business as he's rapidly packing up the day's earnings, and there's 2 crying children near.
If I know it's going to injure someone, Morgane's going to have a burst of speed and is going to try to take out as much of the debris with, just his physical form as it's coming nearer to the ground. And I want to roll athletics.
Hell yeah. That's also a 16.
Yeah.
I mean, again, just debris showering down upon you. You don't feel anything. But there is looks from both the surprised shopkeeper as well as the kids as, again, you just take the brunt of the impact and then just start shoving wreckage nearby. Manage to catch the bell at the last possible second as it tongs down nearby and then just, again, set it nearby. Very gentle, I imagine.
Yep.
How strong are Fords?
And I'd sneak a Coley cake from the wreckage and tuck it in my pocket as we're running by.
He's jaw agape, too stunned to say anything as you just grab one. Oh, it tastes so good. The one bite you have before you put it in your pocket. It's so sweet.
Have a nice day.
You continue to rush through, and a sewer grate, is pushed aside, and slithering up from beneath it is an old Naga. She's got a pipe stuffed into her pursed lips, and she's got a team of just screaming mandragoras and a big, massive, ghostly warrior shape who are trying to do their best to daisy chain bizarre magic items up to the surface. And even though there's a bunch of little ghostly children that are trying to do their best to assist, you can tell that the sheer force of Javi's ritual is just causing these magic items to go haywire. They are popping and crackling with arcane energy. And as a team of sentient books is flapping their covers like bats, Beulah turns to look at all of you and goes, "Get back! Clear the area!" And they are trying to emerge from the sewer carrying this huge diabolical-looking cube, but this big enchanted block is too large to fit through and just falls back into the sewer water. And she says again, "You've got to clear the area. You can't use teleportation magic on a cube of holding. It's going to turn this whole block inside out."
Oh my god.
Could I...
Did you say cube of holding?
She did.
Did you say cube of holding steel?
She did, yes.
Oh, sorry. I didn't hear that. Could I roll streetwise to see if there would be a safe place where since it's displacement, I could maybe direct them to a place I've seen previously that's already been teleported, so might be safe if lightning isn't going to strike twice?
Oh yeah, I like that. Yeah, give me that DC 16 streetwise check. That makes perfect sense to me.
Oh!
So close. Oh, are there still the assistants in this?
There's not assistance, no.
Damn.
Okay.
That is your first failure. You rush up to Beulah to try to quickly explain to her that she can drop the cube into the sewer and let the sewer waters carry it to somewhere safe that you already know about. But she is 150 years old and she does not take direction well. And as you're explaining, and she's trying to do her best to keep up, she's like shouting at the ghostly kids and like to the various people with her, and you can tell like, it's not going well. No additional skill check necessary. This is a failure, but before I describe the ramifications of this one, anything else you'd like to add?
From me? No, I'm just desperately trying to get her to move it to a safe place and failing miserably. I'm much too hurried and my tongue is not being quite as silver as it could be.
She, in this moment, goes, I remember you. This is just some kind of ploy to get a discount at Subtext Bookstore. Well, Mr. Tiefling, I'll have you know. And as she says this, the entire nearby block just like warps inwards, like it's being pulled down into a funnel, and then the just like zooms down and then up and is gone. And just like a little fucking black hole of arcane energy just casts an entire block off somewhere adrift in the cosmos.
No, we gotta go.
Okay, maybe we'll come back for that discount later. Ooh, run!
And you just book it. Skill check 5. There is a group of people who appears to be taking this vanishing city thing a little bit more in stride, because they are leading a riot on the Devil's Due Casino. They are smashing windows, they are racing out with handfuls of those star chips and playing boards and just buckets of gold coins as the defenses of this once guarded location just disintegrate. And the proprietor, Gaspar Tormigan, who is still in his flamboyant purple suit, is shouting orders at a group of golden statues who are shifting to life. And this wouldn't normally be something that would slow you down, but you can see that there is a group of 4 street kids, disheveled, starving, dirty-faced, and unarmed, who have decided to sneak inside amidst the chaos, unaware of how dangerous and possibly lethal this would be to them.
I'm gonna shout at the kids just to try and scare them off and say that how bad of an idea this is, and make an intimidate check at them.
You need to roleplay that too for me, but I'm ready for the intimidate check for sure. Oh boy, eerie.
Listen here, you little brats. You go in there, you're gonna die. If you go out there, you're probably gonna die too. So you're gonna go run that way, and you're gonna keep running that way until you're no longer here. Got it? I don't want to hear it. Get moving.
They turn to you in horror as this like furious devil creature with wings and a little pirate hat like flutters up to them and just rebukes them harshly and like chases them a few feet as they book it down a nearby back alley.
That's so great.
I need a good song for this one here. Hang on real quick. Here we go.
I forget with skill challenges. Do we have to go in some kind of order, or?
No.
Okay.
Oh boy. I need a sheet for this real fast. As you all continue to sort of race through the city, just being like, this is a nightmare. This is ruin. All of a sudden, Saigar, a massive table appears on top of you. It's a nice table. It appears to be made of a solid geode, but it appears on top of you, pinning you down to the ground immediately. There's like a thunk as Saigar, you just hit the ground. And standing on top of the table are 2 individuals wearing green top hats and clad in green attire. And I'm going to grab an item card for you guys here real fast, but they look at you and like eyes gaze around, sort of assess where the fuck they are. And then one of them bows deeply. His hat falls down to the ground, revealing like an empty maggot-filled skull beneath, and he pops it back up before you can see anything. And their horribly scarred and disfigured diseased faces clearly indicate that these 2 Gekivius you know are like very, very sick. They have some kind of leprosy. And one of them said, "Greetings, your majesties! We bring you official tidings from the effulgent lady of the summer courts as her official appointed heralds. Her luminous sends her warmest Congratulations to your appointment as lords of a kingdom in the material plane, and we would like to present you with this fine bit of Eladrin craftsmanship to commemorate the momentous occasion. And they begin to just read from this scroll.
I'm losing it.
Is this table like pinning me down?
Oh, it's beyond. It's like 2 tons. You cannot move this thing.
I would.
Can I cast shrink on it?
You can. How small does it shrink?
Down to the size of a tiny creature.
Oh, that's good to know.
The size that a tiny creature can use.
Oh, so okay, so it's a tiny creature size. That's cool. I'm down for that. That'd be an Arcana check, but we're gonna, yeah, go for it. Give me that Arcana check.
Oh, wait.
You assist and provide a +2 bonus to whoever's actually going to solve this problem. Because as Kyvis, you're like able to pull yourself up. They continue to like block your path and read from the scroll. And they're like, she also bids you welcome to the city of Mithrin. At any future juncture, should you wish to discuss relations between the indefectible and unblemished Autumn City and your own Demences.
Yes, I would like to use diplomacy to have them, to convince them very, very rapidly that we would love to continue this conversation at the site of our new kingdom, where it is only appropriate to hold relations between 2 such esteemed entities at the site later.
And perhaps not crush your beloved archer.
May I use diplomacy?
100%. You're rolling with a +2 bonus. This is going to be a hard one, but it is, it's DC 23, and you nailed it. So they look at one another, and they go, sorry, is this a bad time?
Yes, it is a bad time, but I cannot wait to continue this conversation at the site of our new kingdom. And we all welcome the relations of Her Lady of the Summer Court and anticipate your arrival most welcomely.
And one turns to the other and goes, we've arrived too soon, Titter! And the other one turns and goes, I dare say you're right, Tatter! And they both bow deeply and like maggots spill out on this tiny little table. And they say, we will adjourn for now, but we will speak to you soon! And they vanish, and it's just a puff of green. Hey, real quick, Saigar, can you roll an endurance check to see if you get leprosy?
Oh no!
Really?
No. All the diseases go to Saigar.
Yeah, just real quick.
All right. Well, what am I rolling? Endurance?
Just an endurance check, yeah.
Oh God.
What?
Oh,
you're fine. No, you're fine.
I like that Warren is just laughing for real in real life.
Do we want to take the table with us?
It's still
probably
sitting on
fit in
top
the
of me,
bag.
isn't it? It's still sitting on top of me, right?
Into the
It's still
bag
very heavy.
It's very small, but not heavy. It changes its weight as well when it's tiny. Otherwise, how could you use a fucking giant sword?
I'm very strong.
Oh no, that's not true.
No, can you
right.
unshrink it at a moment's notice?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're taking it.
This shall be used for future endeavors.
This shall be used for violence. It's this beautiful carved like war room style table made from a G. But it is enormous. It's like a big banquet table size.
You said the wild word, or the Warren word.
I know. That aside, that moment of screeching pain in your ears, put aside for the moment, you continue to race through the city, and there is a once beautiful fountain in the section getting close to Noble District now that you remember was gorgeous here when you were kids, but it has dissolved now into nothingness, and there is just pipes open to the air, and water has flooded a lowered sort of section of the city here, and you're basically sloshing through waist-high water and losing valuable time every single second.
I know someone who has something for this.
Well, unless someone else is doing something here.
Doesn't Saigar have a button that ignores difficult terrain?
I do, but I may have used it during a last.
Oh yeah, we haven't had a rest. Yeah, we haven't had a long rest.
Right. He pulls out a smoke bomb and it's soaking wet.
I guess I can do. I guess I could do athletics again to start throwing people over the water.
How far is the water?
It's like the entire like chunk of the city. This whole
that might be tough.
this whole
it's pretty,
square,
it's like,
yeah.
Would you say like 50 feet?
A little more than that, but yeah, this whole section is flooded.
Actually, I'll try to find, because I have a high vantage point, and Morgaine always has to look where he's walking specifically. He's gonna try to use the insight of his experiences and surroundings to try to find a path for us.
Oh, nice. Streetwise?
Yeah, I was thinking insight too, but streetwise can work.
I like Streetwise. If you're okay doing that one, I'd give that a DC 11.
Okay.
Or no, yeah, DC 11. My apologies.
Hey!
Okay, there you go. Yeah, no, Morgaine, this is your city. What was that, Saigar?
Oh, I was just gonna say, can we do double actions or are we just doing one for each skill check, basically?
This is fine. If you got something you want to contribute with, like verbally, by all means.
I was just gonna say, like, I can probably shoot like a couple of arrows with a rope, like I did before, just to give people something to hold on to.
Oh, I love that too. Yeah, that's a fucking great visual. Big fan. You finally pull yourself out and into the noble section of the city, and finally you are ahead of the wave of people who are just vanishing. And here, the population has mostly chosen to kind of bunker down with their possessions amidst the arcane ritual, but one manor house in particular has taken a more proactive stance against it. Because you see, strict of stature, stands Lord Oberon Glaren. He is garbed in the house colors of blue and gold. He is busy snapping orders to the bonds mages in his immediate employ. He's got a bit of a belly, curves his otherwise very finely pressed brocade outfit. And Tora Glaren, your half-cousin, Saigar, is also not far off either. She's got dark hair falling into her eyes while, you think probably bodyguard, but his tight clothing doesn't leave much room for movement in a fight. Anyway, those two are standing nearby to protect Tor at a moment's notice. And the 6 bonds mages who he has in his immediate employ have begun working in perfect tandem, like a coven of witches, with light emanating from their palms as they stand shoulder to shoulder, and in perfect symmetry, begin to step forward together with their arms extended like they're all pushing something large and invisible. And here, you can see Javi's ritual beginning to fray and falter, with the combined might of all of the bonds mages, enough to completely prevent the entire noble section of the city and all the inhabitants within it from being affected, maybe even more.
Oh.
God, to stop them! God, to stop them!
At this point in time, I shadow at the top of my lungs. Father!
He doesn't hear you right away. He's in the middle of being like, let the servants' quarters go if you must, but save the wine cellars. If I'm missing a single pre-Calfote vintage when this is through, I will have your boss see that you all are getting demoted to the magical beast husbandry. And then he hears your voice, and his head turns and he looks at you. And as the light from these bonds mages' hands flare up with greater fervor, and their faces focused and with grit teeth, and Tora Glaren is waving a sealed contract in her hand like it was a whip, she shrieks suddenly as her entire other arm begins to vanish through the ritual. But just an inch above her shoulder, it stops at a golden line hidden on her skin, recognizing the magic already on her person, and the spell stops suddenly, and just her arm reappears, and she quickly tries to readjust her clothing to better conceal the mark of the illumed beneath. And Ooh. Lord Glaren, his face doesn't recognize you for a moment. When you say father, you can tell that he is confused, like he's not sure you're speaking to him. And after this moment of recognition passes, you can see like confusion and then disappointment and then anger and then acceptance on his face really quickly in just a flash. And he says, Saigar, get over here. I know we haven't always seen eye to eye, but whatever's happening to this city is going to affect all of us. Get here. We will talk about you later, but for the time being, we are taking care of things.
Just what do you think you're doing?
Stopping this.
Do you even know what you're trying to stop?
The bonds mages continue. They are gaining ground rapidly. fences and lampposts begin to reappear, and you can tell their combined effort is actually working to completely undo his ritual in this part. He says, protecting what I've built.
This is just it. This is all you've ever done your entire life. Just care about yourself, what you've built. At this point in time, I'm going to pull an arrow and shoot it at one of the Bonds mages.
Holy shit! Holy shit!
I would like to assist in this. I would like to, as he's distracting them by basically shooting them, as his should be the main role, I want to whip out the arm and just run it through their magic to like devour and destroy and fuck with it.
Okay. We're going to call that a DC 23 Arcana skill check for you, Warren.
Okay.
To succeed or fail gives Saigar a +2 or a -2 bonus or penalty. Saigar, you think it's just pure dex check?
Yep.
Fucking yeah. I mean, they're not expecting the attack. Like, we're gonna call it again DC 11.
And you got
+2 bonus.
2.
Yeah. Where do you shoot one of the Bonds mages?
Basically in the hand.
Yeah.
The spells.
Yeah, no, there's a splatter of blood as the arrow goes like halfway up to his shoulder, and he just falls down clutching his hand. The other 4 Bond mages look shocked, and your father yells back, Saigar, I paid for that!
Well, you'll pay for this too, and I'll fire a second arrow.
Holy shit! Yeah, give me one more.
Because he always shoots 2 arrows.
He always shoots 2 arrows, that's canon. Fucking wow.
And they both hit this time!
Would you describe this to me, please, Saigar? That's whatever the fuck you want it to be, dude.
So as I in my I would say almost unbridled fury at this point, I pull back the arrow, and as it flies through the air, it pierces the hands of 2 different Bond mages standing beside each other. Essentially, it's almost like a pair of handcuffs that are going to tie the 2 Bond mages together.
Ooh. Oh,
wow. Wow. Yeah, the arrow pierces through both of their palms, and they just fall. And you have that moment where you remember Shay being like, he is death. And you watch as just emotionless Saigar just fires arrow, and just they all start tumbling. And that's enough. Before Oberon Glaring can say anything, just that look of absolute disgust and anger, the manor house that you grew up in, and your father and everyone except for Tora and her bodyguard are just consumed by that light. And you know that the rocks that are sitting there in their place indicate that they are going to be there when you get back to the promised. And Tora just starts screeching incoherently, like, what have you done?
Tora, do not worry. I've got this handled. I told you to trust me once. Do you trust me now?
She says, no, I'm calling the guards! And she races off down a nearby alley with her bodyguard.
She always was the problematic cousin.
We've got probably true
Family, right?
Family problems aside, we still need to find Brannick.
Agreed.
How far is he from us?
You're getting very close. You're probably 2 blocks away at this point in time. And as you continue to race, the second floor of a nearby building just crumbles as the support beams vanish before the balcony does, and you watch in horror as the rubble slides towards an alley packed with people. None of you can react in time. You're too far away. But it doesn't matter because you get an auto success on this one, because as the building begins to collapse, 2 guards emerge from nowhere in their granite guard outfit. They look like 8-foot-tall golems, and they just throw their shoulders and the weight against the wall, just like Morgaine did a moment ago, and just sheltering the people beneath with their stone suits. And one of them turns, looks at you, and goes, Kyvius, shall I go? Morgaine, Jam Dunk? We've got things handled here, but the prisons up ahead need reinforcement. And even though that's the accent from somebody in Epitaph, you recognize it was the 2 soldiers who were at the Royal Crypts where you killed the ageless Astropede and told them to take the credit for it.
Did that really confuse me for a second?
Oh my god!
Yo, the motherfucking unsung heroes!
One of them raises a big gauntleted stone fist thanks to their promotion up at you, and you continue to race on with your auto success.
Fist bump.
Now, keep up the good work, fellas!
The Prison break, which is very clearly what it is, as we are at skill check number 10, is being handled by the Granite Guards and the volunteers like Caslin, as you can see, as best they can. Because as the walls have vanished around the square, where hundreds of prisoners have been kept trapped, you can tell it's taking everything that these people have to prevent these psychos from escaping back down into the crowds, and presumably caught up in the spell and brought to your new kingdom. As you're trying to just take this scene in, trying to just sort of see Brannick, exactly where he is in the crowd, there is a man in manacles, shirtless, pantsless, loincloth manacles, lunges towards one of the armor-wearing Granite Guards and just starts attempting to bite at the soldier's face. And he, raises a shield emblazoned with the symbol of High Helm, but it vanishes at the exact same time the prisoner's shackles do, and both of them, surprised, just fall to the ground, locked in a struggle as the guard's armor begins to vanish, and the prisoner's thumbs try to just jab towards his exposed eyes. And they are so close, it is going to be nearly impossible if you wanted to hit one without also hitting the other.
Does anybody have something? Because I don't want to go again. If I don't have to.
I am going to shout out in the highest of fashion to urge a second surge of might in these soldiers, and I want to use my daily power, we stand, to give them all resolve.
That is fantastic. Not a designed use of that power, but yeah, go ahead and give me the warfare check. Because it's something that you can already do. It's difficulty 11.
Well,
Jesus. You're going to have to give me the description on that one, man, because, oh boy.
So as he sees the guy, tackle him over, Morgaine gets up and just slams his foot into the ground and shout because he has a helm on right now that was given to him by Vale, just projecting his voice is, "You are defenders of High Helm! You do not yield no matter the circumstances!"
The helmet helps. So does the fact that as you slam your foot down into the ground and the cobblestones go flying up, they disintegrate into cerulean light all around you. But what also helps is that these are words that you believe in your fucking heart. It's not you attempting to inspire people with bullshit. This is always who you are, and they hear it and feel it. And there is a second surge from the people who are fighting back against the prison as the tide begins to turn. With you now, Morgaine, there in the center of the action, if you guys had forgotten that Caslin Brannick was once a soldier, you can kind of tell that so did he, because he's holding a kite shield in both hands. He's got no weapon to be seen, and he's just trying to use it to push back against the tide of prisoners that are eventually going to overtake everybody. And there is no smile on his face like you're used to, where you can see his big boisterous grin and his missing tooth that he jammed in the mosaic years ago. And when you come rushing up, he turns to you and puts a hand up, doing his best to hold the shield with the other one. And he says, "Nay, lads, things are under control. His whole plan is to take the people of Helm somewhere safe, with me wife and daughter among them. And there's not going to be any safe place left if these murderers and these Ka spies manage to hide back in the common folk and come with. I'm not going."
And we're not leaving without you.
You have to. You tell them I love them with my bloody heart.
That's just something you're going to have to tell them yourself.
This is something you get to do both today. We're gonna help you stop this. The riots.
The first thing Morgaine would do is, seeing him use the kite shields wrong, is he's gonna run up and be like, "Let me show you how to use these," and sort of brace himself up against the two kite shields with both his hands, type of thing.
Fucking, I love that. While Morgaine is working with Cass, Jam, Dunk, Eerie, Warren, you look back and forth to one another. Warren is saying, "Yeah, we're gonna stop this," and then how?
Who's in charge here?
It is chaos. There's almost no way to make out who is sort of like leading the resistance and trying to push back against the prison. It's almost like these are just people who recognize the threat from the guard and have chosen to act on it.
And then I'm gonna use. Oh, what's up?
I have a suggestion to go off of Warren's. Together being Jam Dunk off of Warren's lead to start shouting out orders for the guard.
Oh.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna stand forward and yell. I know most of you probably saw or at least heard of the creature that fell, and as the one who stood and slayed the worm, these prisoners are nothing. Follow my orders and we'll get you all out of here safe. You don't have to make this sacrifice. And I start directing people.
That is a warfare check. Are you assisting in any kind of way? I'm not going to... Okay.
Just helping to spread the message, because I know how Warren thinks, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So no bonus on this one. It is difficulty 23. This is a hard check. This is the best. Like, you've got that amazing... But trying to like, take charge of this situation is brutally difficult.
Okay.
It is fucking chaos.
I was trying to think if we... No, I'll just fucking... Ooh, just made
Oh!
Exactly.
Woo!
Exactly. If you want to give me the result too, I'm all ears.
Well, this is a whole fucking lot easier than directing a bunch of people on a boat.
Yeah.
On multiple boats, sail out and kill a worm. It's mostly just... I'm really familiar with a lot of the High Helm Guard, so it's just walking and speaking like you are in charge. There's no questions asked. These are soldiers, and if you talk to them like men, they will do what you say. It's mostly rallying everyone to stand together instead of in individual groups to push them back as a whole. You know, like pushing forward as a group to push the mob back and not trying to divide. And I leave the division up to us, who are a lot quicker to react than guards, because we trust each other more, to work as a cohesive unit. But no, I don't ask anyone for permission. I just start telling people what to do.
More importantly on that, Warren, your methodology has always been a little bit more brutal, and it becomes very clear to you immediately that, like, just pushing them back indefinitely isn't going to do anything. There's not going to be a prison to contain them. So you take the next step, and you just start knocking out criminals.
Oh yeah, if I realized there was no prison, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
no
and sort of instructing the soldiers to start doing the same thing. And it takes a while, and you can hear that the city is becoming more and more chaotic as time goes on. But pretty soon, the situation is under control enough, thanks to your leadership and you and Erie, that, and also, again, Morgaine, like helping soldiers here and there, and random arrows and bolts of fire being burst into the fray as well. It's very clear that Casson at one point in time tries to like get his little dwarf body into the fray, and there's two other much taller knights who step in front of him, and it's kind of just, he drops his shield and looks back and he says, "All right, I didn't really want to stay anyway. Let's get out of here."
You're damn right.
And you just turn and start racing back through the city. And as you do, you can hear Javi message you. Kyvius says, "Ritual's nearly done. I'm coming to the mosaic. Are you on the way?"
We're going to head there right now. Quickly, everybody, to the mosaic.
You turn down a nearby street and you realize that it is packed with people still. The military under Fandon, wearing the new colors of Ihelm, has started to turn out, and the streets are so packed with people. It's almost the point where you would need to take to the rooftops, but you can't. There's no way you can do it with Brannick. He's struggling to keep up. What do you do?
I'm going to lift Brannick onto my shoulders, and I'm gonna run with him and challenge my endurance.
Oh yeah. That's fucking difficulty, let's say 12. Wow, a whole big 12.
Crushes it.
Super easy, barely an inconvenience. He doesn't really, you just hoist him up, easy. He weighs as much as his daughter did, for all you can tell. And I imagine you guys do take to the rooftops? As opposed to just like, Warren shoving people out of the way. And as you kind of get back there, you hear from the streets somebody shout, "Those are the ones we were told about! 7th Infantry, change targets!" And like crossbows turn and start like following you across the rooftop. As you race from building to building, how are you going to navigate back to the heart of the city, the White Gold Plaza and the Mosaic Square?
Like, what do you mean?
I don't think anyone knows the rooftops better than Sykar would, right?
100%.
Actually, yeah, and I would think that could I roll a perception check to find the right path back?
Oh yeah, 100%. That's perfect. This is also let's call this one a 16. It's pretty fucking crazy. Yeah, no problem. From this height, it's easier to see than ever before. And you sort of Saigar takes the lead and starts racing through the group as you guys follow along with Brannick, on Morgane's shoulder essentially. And you fly past. Hang on, song. You just fly from building to building, like leaping from rooftop to rooftop, with crossbow bolts being fired at you now. And as nests and roosts begin to vanish, pigeons fly past like a John Woo movie, startled as they soar past your field of vision, right as archers begin to fire upon you, and right as the roof vanishes beneath your feet. You leap towards the next building, only for it to likewise vanish and get replaced by a towering tree. And you grab onto it, but it leaves you nowhere left to leap. You barely have like a moment to just try to like move the branches aside as you're all stuck in the boughs of this tree now, as the archers all knock their crossbows for another round and just prepare to unload.
They wanted to change targets, so can I make them change targets? Because I have that power to do that?
Fuck yeah. That's either Arcana or Bluff. I like Bluff more in this case, if that's okay with you.
What's the bluff roll?
You tell me which one you're going to use.
I'd prefer Arcana, because...
Alright. Yeah, give me an Arcana check. DC 25. It's only DC 25 because they're just going to unload into the tree, and like maybe a couple of them are going to shoot the fairy that flutters out, but most of them will not.
24.
Jeez. You have that brief moment of like horror as you watch Eerie get just blasted with crossbow bolts, and immediately just like fall down into the alley below. But it's enough of a distraction as Eerie's double like fakes its own death for you to continue moving through and just racing through the city. We're on our last check.
All right.
You can see the white gold mosaic center square now, and Javi in the middle of it, still clutching the staff with both hands. His rather magnificent beard now is like blowing in an invisible wind, and you can watch the entire city is all around him is just greenery and grass, like the stuff that you. And from the other side, you can see a shape approaching. It is wearing heavy armor. It's with a squadron of about 30 or 40 trained soldiers. And you can see that they all have armor that's been modified to have these golden bands around the arms in a sign that refers to sort of solidarity with the cause. And this figure is an elf, dark skin, wearing basically a gas mask over its face, sword out, as it slow-mo rushes towards Javi, who is unable to see as the archers begin to lower their crossbows.
So, fandom?
I'm going to grab his card, but yes.
Whoever Warren doesn't stop Fandon, but he, I'd say in this moment to assist, looking through the eyes of the mantle, however many of them are slow, steps kind of in the way of the crossbows and brings his sword up, ready to just cut as many of them down as he can as they move in slow motion for him.
Don't Boromir yourself.
So could I'm out of gas. Like we're out of gas. We're exhausted. We're everything, and no dailies for most of us. But it's a magic I'm familiar with. So I just like to wing it, and I'd like to. I don't know. Can I? I'd like to create that wall of darkness with the razor teeth gnashing fey creatures inside, but it's got no gas. It's got nothing behind it. I am fucking bluffing.
Can I help Kyvius assist him and I throw a rain of arrows on top of that?
Those are both really good.
If he continues to charge after as like a held action, I'd like to do another one of my dailies in order to attempt to knock him over.
Cool. I mean, fucking, these are all good. Yeah, give me your checks, boy. I mean, you can't fail at this point in time. Just hit me with your roll.
Ooh.
Doesn't matter what we want to roll.
The hell do I roll?
I'm going to say probably just a dex check, maybe? Fairly low dex check, or warfare, either one.
I'll take the higher warfare roll.
So dex or is that same for me? Dex or warfare?
Yeah, I think so. Well, you know what? Fucking athletics or warfare, yeah.
Also, to add a bit of flavor, as I'm trying to weave between arrows, I lash out with a bit of the magic to put the crossbowman to sleep with my daily.
Oh my god, I love all of jeez, those successes. Yeah.
Damn.
Javi like opens up to say something as Morgaine charges past and like Warren flickers and just arrows get Warren, you're again just you watch in slow motion as the crossbow bolts fire and just cut each of them out of the air like the most badass samurai. Up until the point that Fandon gets to you, and Morgaine, like you lunge towards him, and he sort of just sidesteps out of the way very, very easily. And like as he raises his sword to you, Warren, with like a look of like I've never seen you before in my life, but I'm interested. You watch as like your eyes go towards his sword, like you're like ready for that. Only for the armor beneath, all of a sudden this like mercurial spike juts out of his armor and gets you right in the just ka-chunk! Oh, it just lances out this living armor and then retracts back in. And there's just a splatter of blood as you're like, I wasn't expecting this. Does that knock you unconscious with whatever your current health was?
No, I was nearly full.
That is good to know. There is a moment then when you realize that they too are starting to vanish. But it takes you a second to realize that it's not them, it's you, as the entire world begins to slowly just become that cerulean light as Javi's ritual finishes. And he shouts, "Last pot's gonna be bumpy!"
Of course,
I was going to say only the people that were loyal to the king were being transported, right?
That is correct.
Which seems to be largely anyone who doesn't have the claw rings on their body.
Yeah.
That was what stopped her before, yeah.
Right.
Oh, right, Tora did not get taken either.
That's correct.
No.
Any last thing that you do as this elf and his gas mask, the plant from the Ka, who was taking the business, like the ruler of Highhelm, glowers at all of you before you vanish.
Sorry we never got to meet, I tried. You were always hiding, though.
I kind of just say, I never liked you, and I give him the finger.
Just gonna wave.
He responds to you, Warren, with you can hear it distantly, and he says, "Then stay, coward."
I literally can't. I'm out of here.
Unlike you, we have a kingdom to run.
Ooh.
And with that final mic drop, you find like there's a huge lurch as the world just like vroom, and you feel yourself being pulled with it. And when your eyes close for a split second just to block out the incredibly disorienting effect of just feeling yourself swap places with like a bird and a Scaffa, you find yourselves once again standing back in the valley. Highhelm's here too, kind of. It's in a pile about a mile away, just wreckage. You can see like little signs sticking out here and there, but mostly it's just a massive, enormous pile of wood and stone, with the people being standing either huddling together or confused or milling about, but close, staring around at this world beyond them. And Javi turns to look at all of you, goes to say something like witty, and just collapses on the ground.
Well, I suppose we got some building materials.
I'm jealous. I haven't slept in so long. I just take a breath and fall on my ass. Just sit down in the grass.
We should probably go find Kyo and Vale and try and get some order into this
And,
place.
Yeah,
well,
Let
at
people
least
know
to
what's
let
going
calm
on.
them.
Kyo know that Brannick's okay. She was obviously very worried.
Did Brannick teleport with us? Was he loyal?
He did. He comes stumbling a step back as just nothing to say, just aghast at all of this.
Well, welcome home. We have work to do.
Yeah, I hope you're not too tuckered out from that little escape, because we've got a lot of groundwork to make here.
We've got another kingdom to build, essentially.
I'm not good at lifting things.
It's his gimpy arm.
Yeah, he's a lot better at breaking them down than putting them back together.
Yeah.
Listen, Kyrie, at least he does have 2 arms still.
It's true, and just think. Look at where we are now. It's like this entire valley is food for Warren.
What am I? The plants? Are you saying I could eat? I guess.
There's again another moment of silence as Brannick looks to all of you, and he just is just jaw wide goes, You did it. You actually did. I wasn't expecting you to, succeed. I'm sorry, that's probably a rude thing to say.
I think
No.
I think that we were pretty much in the same place, about 4 hours ago.
Yeah, we got actually completely royally fucked 4 hours ago.
I was worried when the adventure took a turn with the purple worm thing and all that. I was concerned.
It's just, you all don't know Javi the way that I do. This was a fool's errand, lads.
Oh, I was so worried.
When we left, I think we had a lot more confidence, and then as we went along, and I think we developed about the exact same trepidation that you were feeling.
He pulls his helmet off his head and he holds it to his chest like a cap, and he says, I can't tell you what this means. And then all of a sudden you hear like his name being shouted, and he turns and you can see Kiovasan with like Leaf in one arm rushing towards him, and he turns back. Well, saved me an embarrassing moment there.
I think you're gonna get a lot more of those.
Yep.
I just owe you all so much. And then she comes rushing forward and like drops Leaf, who like runs not drops, but like puts her down, who like runs the rest way to her dad, who's like, Daddy, the whole time. And he kneels down and just catches her in his big gruff dwarven arms. And she races over to you, Warren, takes your head in your hands, plants a kiss on your forehead, pulls you back very gruffly, and says, Warren Grant, active duty is off the table, but whatever I can do to help with the training or overseeing the new guard, you let me know.
She can be our new brigadier general.
We'll figure it out. I'm just, I'm happy you're okay.
That's not, that's a demand, you understand. You will let me.
Oh, yeah, no.
I believe he means yes, sir.
And she nods. And then sort of turns back, and you can see that like Brannick and Leaf are just having. She's like showing him grass, and he's like nodding. Yep. No, we had that at home before the
Is the dog there?
No, unfortunately not.
Oh.
Yeah, it's very sad.
Probably melted.
Yeah. And then she looks back at you and goes, "This is really it, isn't it? It's a fresh start."
You're telling me. Look at how much there is out here. Miles of it.
Yeah, miles and a pile of junk. But, I mean, at least this way, They don't have to grow up thinking that killing neighbors is normal. So it counts.
That's what I want.
And it's relatively well defended. It's surrounded by mountains. There's a really good choke point. It's a refuge.
There's another voice that shouts out, like, Morgaine! And you expect to see Karna, but instead you see Princess Therica, her face scarred on the right-hand side by the... and she is shouting at people, trying to get them off of Vale, who is sitting on his butt in the grass with, like, rope tied around him, where these like, guards have taken upon themselves to, like, stop this monster.
Oh my god.
And Therica shouting at them and, like, trying to call you over as best you can.
Start running over to Vale.
Yeah, the people see you and start like giving you reports that like they've apprehended the first monster in the region, and he looks up at you and goes, "Hello, I'm a captive."
Can you please release him? He's not a monster. He's quirky.
And he again beams and looks at one of the farmers with like a pitchfork in his hand and goes, "Do you hear that? I am not a monster."
Oh.
Therica again like turns and spins at you as she like pulls on one of the ropes and goes, "Can't give you a hug. We'll talk later. We gotta do something about these people." She points to all of them.
Yeah.
I guess and he's just gonna use the helm and be like, just yell as loud as he can, which like he'll give like an earplug thing to the people around first.
Okay, yeah.
And then yell, saying, just a quick like, "Hey, you've arrived in the new land. Don't panic. We will have an announcement. Gather around here." And then he'll sort of wave over the rest of the group.
How many people are we talking about here, approximately?
About
Thousands.
7,000.
Okay, you're talking thousands,
God.
though, not like millions or...
Yeah, 7,000-ish. It's a lot.
So,
a lot
as
of
soon as
people.
everyone arrives, like, what the hell do we say?
Oh yeah, no, there's gonna be some time where they have to like gather up for sure.
We need to give them hope and reason to believe us. A reason to want to be here, to help out.
And we need to inspire them to make a fresh start and build something new here worth keeping.
Well, we're all on the same page, right? We want to stop...
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say we want to stop our neighbors from killing each other for kind of like nothing.
And obviously not do the same mistakes that we've hated everyone else doing, right? Maybe let's not judge this by its peaks, but by its valleys. It's funny, but sort of turns out that we all sort of climb together, right?
I think we should also think about the concept of like a meritocracy instead of, the aristocracy that was there before.
No.
I think there's a lot.
Surprised.
Oh, sorry.
I was about to say you might be surprised at this, but I don't know anything about politics.
Neither do I really. That's why I did not stay in my original life.
I think there's a lot of governing decisions that are going to have to be made over the next few days, weeks, months, even years. We're not going to get it right the first time. But I think as a start, I think as a way to move forward, I think we just need to let people know they're home, that there's a lot of work to do, but we need to inspire hope in them, a hope for a fresh start.
I guess the next question. Oh, sorry.
No, please.
I guess the next question is, who needs to say it?
Well, Warren's great at giving speeches. I love talking my ass off. Eerie is an inspiring little figure, and Saiga has the eloquence of the aristocracy. But Morgaine, you're the heart and soul of us, and I think this needs to come from the heart.
I'm not very good at giving speeches.
I don't think
we can all bolster each other up and all give the speech together. That's another possibility. Here, use your limerick so we all say the same thing exactly correctly.
That's not how a rock works.
As you're discussing this, you can hear a very familiar voice sort of lurching towards you out of the crowd, and you can see a one-armed Garrow looking just absolutely like garbage with his other arm thrown over Zolch. Who doesn't look super great, unfortunately. You know, it's been a while since we fucking talked about these guys. Real quick. So, you remember that Zolt looks like tired and beaten. He's got a scarf wrapped around his face to hide kind of the scarring. He kind of looks more like a monk or an esoteric now. And he, like, upon seeing these vast fields, he has just been murmuring quiet prayers that you can hear to, like, the illumined immortals. And, you know, fucking Garrow, he always walks like he's, like, pushing through a crowd anyway, you know, long strides, toes first. But you can see at this point in time that him coming out of the crowd, he looks like a fucking zombie. You know, he's got that foul breath, the yellow teeth, even if you don't count the literally golden ones. And he's so ugly against this natural, beautiful backdrop. He's got food stains and blood smears on his clothes. And he's like shielding his eyes from the sunlight with his one fucking good arm as best he can. Like he's a vampire who's mad he's about to get turned to fucking dust. And seeing these two, Karna is just the muscles and like are tensing and untensing in her arms, and it's very clear she's got plenty to say, but knows this probably isn't the time to say. And Garrow just shouts, "What, are we just gonna exchange one asshole ruler who doesn't care about us for another? Come on, this is what we did."
No.
Very quietly, Leaf goes, "Asshole."
No, Leaf, no.
No, Leaf! Don't listen to the one-armed a-hole.
Yeah. And he goes, yeah, see, even the kid gets it.
She was talking. Yeah, no, it's not important.
Yeah.
Of course, we're not only gonna have one ruler. That whole thing doesn't work anyway.
Listen,
I think the principle.
Garrow, yeah, we've got this far as a team. No one here is the leader, and no one here makes decisions. We're going to do this as a team.
And honestly, the concept of people being worth more than others, intrinsically, whether through family or things, that should be stricken away.
Aristocracy, illumed, or what's the? I know the word and I'm forgetting it. What? Not illumed.
Ringed.
The ringed and the illumed. We don't need that.
We don't need people who are in servitude to others.
And Garrow looks shocked by this and goes, "Then what was the fucking point, Karna? If I don't get people beneath me, what's the fucking point?"
There's Garrow.
Is he being completely genuine?
Yeah, 100%.
Oh my god. Garrow, it's not. We kicked your ass. You don't get anybody beneath you.
Yeah, Garrow.
Sorry.
Sorry, brother. You lost.
But
Garrow, if you would have taken your talent.
Sorry, Morgan, go ahead.
Garrow, if you would have used your talents to, rather than coerce people to be under you, but motivate people to follow you, you would have got what you wanted and would have lost nothing in return.
Shut the fuck up, Morgan. You figure out who's in charge, and I'll kick. No, you know what? Zolt will kick their ass, and we'll take back what we came here for.
Well,
Free doesn't work like that anymore.
Yeah.
And at that, when he says kick their ass, Morgane's gonna drop the shield, drop the sword, take 2 big steps, and be like, "You don't have to wait. Come at me."
Garo fucking like stumbles backward and like half hides behind Zolt, and then after a moment, fucking roll your intimidate for me, please. While you're
Does he
doing
get a bonus
that.
if he takes out the axe?
Fucking no, he does. He doesn't need it. While he's doing that, Zolt says, "We were guided here because we were loyal to the Ka, and if there's a chance that we can clarify why we're here now, I'll gladly listen."
Hey,
And-
Karna. Sorry to interrupt.
Sure.
Why were you here?
Garo fucking turns red. And she just glowers, nothing to say.
Sorry.
And Karna shouts back, "Garo, submit to whatever fate they decide for you, because you're a traitor, and regardless of what side you've defected to, that means you're getting judged." And he pauses for a second and goes, "All right. Well, I'm not too proud to ask. So are we drawing straws for royal position? And is executioner..."
Oh my god.
Perhaps not hear a goddamn
I love
word we just said.
this
There's
guy.
going to be no more aristocracy, no
He
more royalty, no more
tried.
nobility.
No.
hard.
You're misunderstanding, Saigar. Yes, Garo, we'll be happy to draw positions. Just go back and wait in the cave, and we're going to start a line there. And once all of the applicants are waiting in line, we'll be doing individual interviews. But if you'd like to get a head start on that, you can go in there and start waiting now for when we announce the positions.
I believe a court jester position just opened up.
I think there's also something called the royal asshole position.
Garo's eyes dart back and forth between the three of you, and he like a big loogie in his throat and spits it at Eerie, and it makes it like an inch before the blood in his mouth kind of like splaps it into his chin, and it drips down his chin and down.
I'll never forget Garo's famous words.
You've got something on your... never mind.
I remember when Garo told us that there's nothing that'll bring Karna back. Man, that one was good.
Morgane will turn around to the group and ignoring Garo a bit and be like, "So what do I say? We're judged by our valleys, right? We got our work cut out for us."
But
Okay,
Who are you
when you-
speaking to?
The group.
Okay.
I mean, you... this... Okay, sounds stupid for me. You always are the most inspiring when you just go forward.
So-
People feel...
Yeah, exactly. That's so right, Warren. Just go forward and help everybody else go forward.
Yeah, it's like you're... It's like it doesn't matter what's in front of you, and it doesn't matter if you have a real reason. People just believe that you can because you're you. I don't know how it works. It's pretty weird.
But
I'm
fun
not-
to watch.
I'm not unconvinced you don't have some sort of magic spell on you at all times that convinces me of bullshit, but it's pretty good.
I mean, you prevented me from killing Garo.
That's pretty impressive.
This is going to
Well,
be
I
easy compared to that.
Well, I can certainly try.
You have a support, Morgan.
But as usual, I'll lean back to you guys to clean up after the mess I get us into.
That'll work. I can help with, certain things. I'll keep the men in line.
The group has mostly gathered at this point in time, and you can see there's like anger and confusion all across the place as people are staring at their once homes and all of their possessions now in a giant landfill.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and remind them there's plenty of food, because they're probably hungry.
many of them have like pulled gourds from the trees and are eating it, but a lot of them are staring at it with apprehension, even though their stomachs are not sure if it's poisonous or safe to eat or whatever.
Yeah.
Like who's the first idiot that like I don't know ate a fruit for the first time and the thought of like, what if you die? What if I live forever? Right? Like it's those guys. There's that clear divide.
Just to prove it to them, I'll grab a fruit and start eating it because I'm hungry.
Yeah, there's 7,000 people. 30 of them see you.
It could pass on like a viral tradition.
Oh yeah, no, there's Saigar eats a fruit, goes viral, 7,000 views. Yeah.
All the birds are tweeting about it.
Yeah, how many likes?
Oh no. Oh no. 7,000 likes, 1 dislike.
Garrow.
Yep.
But yeah, they wait for you to say something. But before you can, one person just shouts up at you, Morgan. Are you the person who did this?
We are.
Yeah. 6 of us.
Hi.
Hello.
This guy looks like a carpenter, takes an angry step forward, his fists ball, and he goes, my mother is bedridden and she can't work, and now she's homeless. What do you expect her to do? You sleep in the rain? And then somebody from a nearby group, before you can even respond, goes, yeah, and do you expect us to take after his sick mom when we've got our own family to look out for?
It's time to wake up. So long have you guys lived in your own bubbles and your passive daydreams, thinking everything will be fine. Your bedridden mother, what was her future in High Helm? To starve? To die? And what is rain when you have hunger and poor and impoverished on the streets? Every day High Helm made you more secluded because that was the necessity. Here is different. Here is new. It's fresh. It will provide for us as it is bountiful beyond imagination. I hope that you will come to learn that when you strive for everyone strives for you. And isn't a... Sorry?
I'm going to jump in for a split second. There's another voice that breaks through the crowd, interrupting you, as a frail sailor-looking type individual goes, it's Orlok Dung's what that is. My brother swore an oath to the car, but he only did it out of fear. He took the ring, sure, but he wasn't loyal in his art. But now your spell's gone and forced him behind with those traitors. He wouldn't have truly turned, but you forced him to.
This journey isn't over. This journey doesn't end with you. This land is hope, not for just the people of High Helm, but the people of Rios. The people, not the countries. Not the Orderlands, not the Ka, not the Brave Lands, but the people that inhabit those lands. The people whose backs have been broken for ambitions of others. Who have been trampled upon, who've been cast aside, who have been chained, who have been starved, who have been abandoned. No more. No more will their ambitions define you. No more will their ambitions curse you with apathy and inaction when faced with the needs of everyone around you. I'm not asking you to walk an easy path. This is far harder because this one has a future. This one has hope. And sometimes hoping is hard.
There's a woman in a dress, like a sundress with 3 triplets in front of her. And it's not going to just be hard. This is suicide. You expect us to believe that this valley is safe? There's an ageless right there. And she points towards the snail off in the distance. And who knows what else is lurking in this place after dark?
This place has been crafted to be safe, to be the land that will birth the greatest civilization that Rios has ever known. As for the snail, we'll probably have a naming contest for him in like a week's time, but I can guarantee he doesn't seem that hostile.
He's pretty cool.
There is the sound of webbed applause as you talk about this being the greatest civilization in the world. A little hurrah from the crowd.
Thank you, Vale.
And know that we are defended. The exact same people who took down the Leviathan from the seas as you watched from the shores, all the way across the continent. We're here. We fight for you. This is for all of us, and we will defend all of us.
Morgane and Kyvius, can you guys give me diplomacy checks, please? Kyvius, of course, is assisting Morgane.
Oh, Eerie still has his thingy.
He does.
Oh.
That's okay. That's what you needed. Actually, no,
Yeah.
you're one. No, you're fine. The crowd still seems very upset, and there's a dwarf steps forward with a big giant, it's like 5,000 pages thick, big heavy tome. We represent Ivan's 12 Dwarven Cheesemakers Guild, and we would like to formally state that if nothing else, this abrupt separation from our livelihoods without warning is incredibly uncivilized and boorish, and it shall henceforth be added to the Book of Dwarven Grudges. And symbolically, they open it up and start writing down in the book, making sure that you can see it.
Warren tries to cover his face.
Yeah, no, fucking one of them looks at you and starts scribbling more furiously. You hear Therica's voice ring out over the crowd too as she tries to assist you, Morgane, and get someone to a nearby box. I want to read you something. And she extends her hands like she's pretending to read from a document, but there's nothing in it. And it says, "Those who yet possess loyalty to the crown and the grand traditions of a High Helm, let it be known that I, Yolas Ashtung IV, in sound mind henceforth declare the 5 people who stand before you today to be the stewards of the kingdom." And then she mimes rolling something up and says, "I'm not him. But that's what he would say if he was here, because it was the last thing he ever wrote and the thing that he died believing. And my father, the Dragon Blessed, was the last of his line, and he died for this. And that doesn't mean we have things figured out yet, but it means to give these people a little time and an ounce of respect." And all eyes turn back to you, Morgane, to finish the speech.
She's fucking awesome.
Yeah, I know, yeah. Well, let's keep that around, yeah.
Yeah.
This valley is on peaks so high, it's challenging us for once. Challenging us to rise, to climb to what we can be. Not what we were or what we thought we could do, but be better. But we can't climb alone. We climb together. We face these challenges together. Look to the left and to the right of you.
They all
You'll
do.
see scared, terrified people, but you're in this together. Through unity we will rise. Not unity of force, not unity of conforming, but unity of choice. The unity that will bring us a promised tomorrow. Let us be a nation that does not gauge us by our peaks, but gauges us by our valleys. Because when one of us is scared and one of us is fallen, not one hand shall reach out to him, but all hands.
There's a moment where you say sort of the promised peace, and that ripples through the crowd. They repeat back your metaphor of challenging heights and valleys, and then a voice rings out over the crowd. And Morgane, you hear somebody shout, "What is this place even called?"
Oh fuck! Oh shit!
Oh shit!
Oh,
Fuck! We forgot the most important thing.
Oh, I had a name.
No, wait for Morgan. Give it a second. I'm waiting for his actual response first before you guys out of character stuff. He was in a flow.
Song read.
The same person shouts back. Are you sure? Do you want to take another crack at it?
He's gonna hold up a finger and then lean over. What the fuck is the name of this place?
I have to recover.
I can't breathe.
Erica shouts like to song read as like you're like no shh.
Do we?
Jesus.
Someone good at words, come on.
Do we go all in on the cheese and call it like the land of new beginnings or something?
Here, I'll post it in chat, see if people like it.
Okay, all right. What is that?
And how do you say it?
Docious
The moment he hears that, he's like, shit, people are waiting, and he's gonna yell it out to the crowd.
What does it mean?
It's Scottish /
Gaelic.
Gaelic for A New Hope.
Yeah.
Aw. Sure.
That the last one was a joke. It was actually.
There's like one person who's like, I like song read.
Was it Vale?
More just shut I fucking hate reads. No. Is that actually what you're saying?
Yeah, I think that works.
One more time, Erie. Docious Ur.
Yes.
That is a mouthful. Yeah, the
I
name.
won't forget it.
I will instantly as soon as this session is over. Docious Ur. It spreads
Slap it
throughout.
on the mat.
Docious Ur. Yeah. Begins to like weave its way through the minds of everybody there, and they like again look back at Morgaine for you to finish the last little bit of your speech if you got one last thing to.
Well, we need to start building things, so I'm looking for some skilled people. We'll probably meet up a little bit later to start organizing some stuff. So, the food's safe, water's fine. Remember to keep dry when you go into the water. You don't want to go to bed wet. It's very
Buddy
bad.
system.
Yeah, so buddy system. We'll start setting up some guards later to go over the city and stay safe.
And don't fight the bullywog.
Oh, don't fight the bullywog. He's pretty darn great.
There is no thunderous applause. I don't know if you guys were expecting thunderous applause, but
No.
there is mostly just confused murmuring silence from the people. It's very clear that you got through to them, but it's a lot for them to take in.
Oh yeah.
And
So,
Javi has sort of roused himself at this point in time, and he has started to make his way back to the group. He stops for a split second at Karna, and he leans down and goes, "Excuse me, I don't believe we've been introduced. My name is Javi Brightstone, High Ritualist. I apologize if this is too forward, but you appear to have sustained recent injuries, and it would be no trouble for me to conjure you, say, a large rabbit to ferry you around, if it pleases you." Karna just shoots him a withering look and like turns to you, Morgan, and is like, 5 minutes with you high helm people, and I'm already sick of all of you. It feels like a family reunion in the.
Can I just conjure a wheelchair?
What is this wheeled chair contraption you speak of?
It's just like
No,
a
yes,
chair
that's
with
fine.
the wagon wheels.
100%. Yeah, it does not look like a proper wheelchair.
Probably doesn't roll either.
No,
It's
not
just for
well.
show.
Just for show. All right, good. And in sort of the aftermath of all of this, Saigar, you can see your father somewhere in the crowd. You figure that's going to be something that's going to have to be dealt with at some point. But there's a lot of problems, actually, the more you look out over the group of people and the sort of general curmudgeony nature of all of them. And you know it's probably going to be only a matter of time before it starts being a situation where somebody is going to have to take charge. Or else, not to give kind of the ultimatum, but it doesn't look like it is going to be long-term feasible to have this many people in one place with no genuine. Already you can see groups of people starting to form up into like the old guilds they used to be a part of, or like extended family structures, and starting to consider like branching out on their own in this new land, or sort of like staking claim for the land that belongs just to them and nobody else. And you can see that they're already beginning to fracture, and Vale is looking around quite worriedly. It's going to be a lot of work.
Yeah.
We've certainly got it cut out for us. And we're going to make mistakes, fellas. I mean, we made mistakes getting here, but the end result turned out okay. So far.
It was pretty good.
I don't know, you're talking about everything I've done has always been on purpose.
That's a
Okay,
good
everyone except
Carvius
for Eerie.
impression. We should, I don't know, get some structure going, I suppose.
Yeah, I think we need to draw up a charter, really. No, I'm serious. It's got. I mean, any great nation has to have some set of foundation behind it.
I know.
Maybe all those long and boring lessons in school will come in handy now.
I just, like, it's just great.
Hey, it's there.
Oh, look! Hey!
Sorry, how do you pronounce this again?
We're on the map, people! Docious
Dokasur?
Docious.
Docious-ur.
We will have to figure it out. Interesting choice.
You can also think of it as Episode 4.
Mm-hmm. God. And like Javi is making his way back around the group, and he stops by Garrett. Was like, "So you were sent by the Ka to what?" And Garrett just fucking tries to spit in his face, and Javi just wipes off and goes, "Well, so I can see why you were chosen for a suicide mission," and just continues to meander make his way back over to you, and finally reaches you. And you again, it's the look of the face of the mage who's always believed in you guys, even when you were little kids, and looks around at everything. So, is it actually true? A jovial amphibian is genuinely a dragon in disguise?
But that's a secret. Don't tell anybody.
Yep, that is
He also,
definitely true.
yeah, he also doesn't want to be one. He wants to just be a nice, friendly frog guy.
Javi's brow furrows, and you can see that his pupils have not returned. They have been replaced completely with that blue light from the spell. And he goes, "Well, that's fascinating. It leads one to wonder what benefit it would get from revealing that information. I mean, if the outcome of the wars across Rios bears any interest to the creature, then losing the element of surprise for any region seems like an unusual choice."
I nod. We sort of figured him out, though. I think he would have told us anyway, but we did figure it out before he told us. I shrug.
And then he turns to all of you and says, well, listen, as you know, I served alongside Iolus for the majority of both of our lives, and I would like to officially state that I'd like to spend a few weeks ensuring Princess Therica's safety. But then, present company permitting, I would like to be taking my leave. There's probably plenty of work for me to be done here, but there's still a lot of Rios that I'd like to explore before old age starts creeping into these knees.
Of course, you're free to do as you please.
Obviously, these people owe you a debt of gratitude in getting them out of that terrible situation. They don't realize it yet, but they will.
Do you think, before you leave, as someone who served in High Helm for a long time, you could, I don't know, I don't want a roadmap, but maybe like a starter package for starting running a kingdom, just a little advice here or there before you go, of course.
He nods and after a moment of thought says, what I'd like to do ideally is, if I can't remain, I always served as Iolus' advisor, me personally. And I found that, I don't want to say he'd be lost without me, but he didn't keep me around because of my reliability. Or my ability to teleport Therica back to the castle at 1 minute past curfew. But it is often helpful to have a council of advisors, and I have a few people in mind. And if we have any residium, I could certainly get you in contact with the right people and schedule a meeting, get things started that way.
That would be greatly appreciated. And if we don't have the residium now, I'm sure there's some things I could blow up, so we had some later.
On a personal note, do you know anyone good with spinal injuries?
You would be seeking a healer, and unfortunately we didn't have many in High Helm. The people in Volantusk, that's certainly what they specialize in.
Okay.
Epitaph is sort of passable at it, but we're not their best. Just a lot of practice.
I would imagine Epitaph is really much more of a patching things together.
Yeah.
For example, lost an arm, here's a monster bit to attach to your arm.
That was my idea. I still am not entirely sure how it works, but it does work, I think.
There is that last moment where Javi sort of looks around the valley, and his eyes travel across that ruined, serpentine-shaped city to the far north in the swamps that I had mentioned. And just even looking upon that place fills you with a sense of dread. And then his eyes travel up the mountain where you can see that those huge ancient monuments of the sparring martial artists sit, and just the faintest hint of some kind of hidden, some grand place hidden sort of beyond the known that Vale had mentioned that he had sort of just left alone, or rather the member of the Order of the Kiln mentioned that Vale just kind of avoided them. And then to the forest to the west that I had mentioned was multicolored and vibrant like autumn, except for a patch of pink right in the middle that is just bursting with color. And then his gaze travels to that enormous pit, the place that Vale had made his home for presumably centuries. And you can't see Vale, but you know that he's watching you look at it. And then back out, just his gaze turned to the mountains itself, presumably to where the Ka is, where the now under occupation of the Ka High Helm is, the city of the north, the city beneath the sea. And he turns to all of you and says, and then beyond that, what's next?
For this place?
I can arrange a meeting. I can get you started, get you put in contact with the right people. We can help make sure that these people see you as leaders and begin the process of... But as much as I don't want to lend credence to what they have to say, I do certainly get the impression that this valley is perhaps not as safe as it might immediately appear.
Yeah,
I
for
think
being
our approach should be twofold. Securing the valley for all peoples should be the highest priority, but in conjunction with that, so far our population is primarily made up of the peoples of High Helm, and our intention as we undertook this journey kind of expanded a little further, Javi. We think we could do good things for all peoples.
I think that is an excellent idea, he agrees. But I would advise perhaps you have a contingency plan before sitting down at a meeting table with the card. A little sway to your name, perhaps, before making that choice.
It makes sense to have some, at least, diplomatic power before they'd even want to talk to us in any kind of friendly sense.
I hadn't really even thought of even talking to the call. That's a good point, though. There are...
We're not really on the best of terms with anybody.
Well, no, I mean... The Bonds Mages, the Dust Hunters, and Epitaph.
We do have representatives from the Summer Court to meet with.
Excuse my life?
I don't know if you know, but they brought us a nice table that's sitting in our bag of holding.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
But it nearly crushed me.
Yes, it's true. But we should probably fully explore this valley and make sure it's secure, no? I mean, what do we do next, precisely?
Well, we at first have to help all these people, right?
Sure.
Construction of, an actual place to live and making sure they're not going to get killed by anything that goes bump in the night was probably our first.
Food, shelter.
Yeah.
And safety.
Javi nods and says, once organized, they can take care of the food and shelter. Safety, I think, falls primarily in your hand.
Yeah, certainly.
At the very least, a scouting party would be probably warranted, no pun intended.
Oh, no. I was fully intending to drag people all the way around all the edges of this place. We gotta know if there's... It's never been touched. There could be ageless hiding here, who knows?
So
Other than the friendly snail.
If scouting's on the is on the menu, where do you think we start?
This one time, Theric also shouts, and me being the queen is also not off the menu, just a reminder.
In order to do that, you'd have to marry Morgaine!
Fine with that!
I'm not sure how that would work on the wedding night.
Wow, we're getting awfully public with this, huh?
Like, if a Warforged could blush.
His eyes are turning a rosy red.
She shouts back, it's fine, I'll make him a diagram. I'll draw him a map.
Oh my god. Morgaine, you've got an in.
And into what? What's going on?
Metal?
Regardless of whatever else. Nothing.
Karna, Kyvius, Karna nudges you a little bit and goes, hey, that Keo, whatever woman in the black armor, she's the only person walking around here like she's not going to take any shit from you guys.
I missed the last thing you said.
What's her deal?
She's a friend.
Wait, what do you mean what's her deal? Do you not remember her?
No, what's her deal?
Do you know, I mean, are you asking what's her role, or are you saying you don't know who she is?
I guess both.
Keo Thorson.
Do you?
Yeah.
The original general of High Helm?
Okay.
Better yet, she's the one that tried to get us out of the Caw City when we were kids.
The
Oh,
one who
jeez,
rescued you.
yeah, that's her.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez, she says. I thought, jeez, Kyvius, I thought she was like your aunt or something.
Oh, she doesn't do the whole, fight thing anymore.
Got it. Yeah.
No, just are you saying all tieflings look the same to you?
No, like her skin's way darker than yours. What's up with that, by the way?
I had a very pale mother. It's not. I. My
Is that
skin is my
racist?
skin. It's totally normal.
Yeah, no, if you say so. Hey, listen, Morgan and I are going to talk. We have a lot that we have to discuss, but I'm going to give you guys the long and short of it right now. I don't know about a lot of this, but it seems like, I don't know, Garrow isn't going to be a complete asshole about all of this, and Zolt, he just kind of goes with it. So Morgan and I are going to hash this out. But here's the deal: you don't touch Shireen. She came with us. You hurt her, deal's off. You understand?
Understood.
Shireen doesn't get to touch
I
Residium, though.
Yeah, I that's very hard for us to agree
Well-
to without knowing what your plans are for her.
I mean, we're not going to harm her, but I don't think we can let her free, to be really frank.
We are going to negotiate that. But for now, you don't hurt her. You understand?
As long as I think we can agree not to hurt her, as long as you agree that that there will be no changes to her present condition without us discussing it first.
That's fine. I'm not going to go behind your back like you heretics did to us. But we'll figure it out.
I mean, technically, we're going to throw her into a prison for now, temporary as it may be.
Well, yeah, we don't have one, but we'll
The
move
long
her.
short of it is no, we will not hurt. We will not
Yeah,
hurt.
Correct.
Kill Shireen.
right. Also, we didn't stab you in the back; we did it in the face.
And it was actually one of your own that shot you in the
Is
back.
it really right now that we want to be splitting hairs?
Yeah, I don't mean you personally. I just mean like your entire homeland, FYI.
Yeah, we're gonna have to talk about that. A long talk about that.
I mean,
Yes,
isn't High Helm,
we
isn't
are.
High Helm one of your original homeland?
Yeah, and I wised up, but you're right. We'll figure it out. And with that, and the group sort of looking at each other and sort of looking at the obstacles around them, and I would love to get some out-of-character discussion about what next week is going to entail. The very last thing that I want to say before we call it for the night here, before I leave the rest of the conversation that occurs this evening to you guys, is a frog waddles up to all of you, and just his eyes beam back and forth, bright yellow, so fucking smart. So much intelligence behind those eyes that is so hidden with the way that he talks. And he just bows low and then looks up at all of you, a big smile on his face, and goes, "Your Majesties?" And then strolls off, humming the same song from before.
Weird little frog guy.
That's the bullywog.
So that's where I'm done talking. I want to leave the rest of the conversation to you guys. I'm not going anywhere. If you've got questions, if you want to talk about fucking loot and shit, well, you can definitely do that now. If you want to bounce out and bail, that's thanks for a good game back.
All of that, and is there any revealed mechanics now that we're here?
Oh yeah, that's a good question. We should talk about that. Do people have 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, go for it.
All right, let's talk about money first and magic items and shit.
Go on.
You had me at magic items.
You had me at gold.
Residium, you say?
So I've made a whole list, and I've tallied up the gold value at the very, very end And basically, I'm gonna it's gonna tweak a little bit depending on how much Kyvius and Saigar looted your fallen foes. And I'm gonna just yes or no all these questions. So the first is that from the random shit, and we can just turn this into gold right away. I'm not gonna worry about doing like conversion shit. But you guys got 2 daggers from Garrow. Those are 2 gold apiece. You got a great sword. That's 15 gold pieces. There was a spiked gauntlet that was on Polonius, which is 5 gold pieces. There was some leather armor that was kept in some disgusting conditions that you had to peel off of Garrow. It's 10 gold. They all collectively had adventuring gear, so like flint and steel, rope, water skins, climbing gear, lanterns and oil, so forth and so on. That will just sort of assume that you guys have whatever basic adventuring supplies you need here, and it also sells for 182 gold pieces. Here's where it gets weird. You guys get 150 residium from Shireen. Zolt had a nice bottle of wine that he had on his person. It appears to be a rare Ka vintage called Black Pazuzu. Do you guys take that?
That's a Kyvius and
Definitely. I
question.
want to pair it with the flank steak that I owe everyone still.
Okay. Black Pazuzu being from the Ka and extremely rare and in collection to many of the nobles who you've brought with, especially with competition for stuff being real high again, is worth 700 gold pieces.
Whoa!
Garrow has 300 gold stuffed into a pouch. And he also has, after you peeled off the armor, you can tell had a bulge in his jockstrap of where he has like stuffed additional things in there. Do you retrieve that?
Kyvius closes his eyes and does it!
You retrieve a handful of rubies and bloodstones and agate and various other gemstones for barter, worth around 400 gold pieces as well that he had kept in his. And also, you feel a little sorry for him.
That feels like it's very uncomfortable.
But,
So
well,
that-
it turns out he had plenty of space down there.
Yeah, so that collectively is 1,614 gold.
Just for the gems or everything?
Just for the gold value of materials, and then 150 residium as well.
Can I get that number for gold?
Yeah, 1,614 is the total for everything that I've read.
1878 total.
No, that includes the 300.
No, that's including the 264 that we already have.
Oh, okay, got it.
And we already had the... Yeah.
And then we already had that. Yep.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And then, this is the tricky part, you also find, as mentioned, 115 Uper and 3 Visek, which are they are Ka currency that are basically very, very complicated little chips of ivory with like stamps on them. And while the currency conversion isn't exact, because High Helm currency is essentially worthless to the Ka, the conversion rate is extremely in your favor. If you would like to allow Ka currency, and this is sort of your first act as rulers and kings, if you allow Ka currency to be traded freely in your lands, and their influence to become present in your lands as well, I would let you go ahead and trade in these coins for gold, essentially. Just so you know, a single Uper coin is worth about 27 gold pieces, so about 3,100 gold pieces for the lot. Visek are worth far more.
That seems like a lot to decide before we know anything about our kingdom.
Well,
Yep,
so
100%.
yeah, so I think
Well,
because I'd be familiar with the currency, and so would Morgaine, and so I think we hold on to the currency without making the decision yet, right?
Right. Yeah. So just be aware that there is potentially somewhere between 3,000 and 5,000 gold pieces in that Ka currency as well. As a TBD, but it's 1614 gold plus 50 or 150 residium to start.
God, when do we get rich?
That's not rich. That's not.
Hey, for
not.
us, it is.
One item.
For us, that's pretty rich.
That's true. That's more gold than we've had the campaign combined.
I mean, after we killed the Leviathan, we had gold. Then we had nothing left.
When I splurged and bought the shield for.
Oh yeah,
Morgaine.
that's right. That's right. That's right. Okay. Well, there's the loot.
Mm-hmm. Javi is going to put out to the word to whatever advisors is willing to sort of accept a meeting with all of you, and presumably be able to sort of bring these advisors to this promised land as well with your permission. So we're going to do that next game session. And next game session is also going to see people officially take the roles of like King and Lord of Coin and Ward and so forth and so on. We've talked about the rules a little bit, but yes, just to clarify, there are 4 main kingdom positions. There are 6 players, 5.5 players, and those 2 players who don't, find a fit for a kingdom role are just going to basically be floaters, and they are going to assist the 2 leaders on their checks in whatever way they would like to, whenever it is convenient for them. And they are very, very important. I know that doesn't sound like a big deal, but those 2 bonuses are going to make or break a lot of stuff early on to have like the assist aid, and they're going to get to have a lot of description about how they do this stuff without having any like real failure responsibility. So if you're worried about fucking stuff up, that's a good role for you. But otherwise, we are looking for sort of a voice of the nation, somebody who's sort of like going to be in charge of the defense of the nation, somebody who is going to be in charge of like making sure that shit is getting built and the just sort of the currency and trade and all that shit of things. And then one person who's going to be responsible for trying to like lead the society in sort of an intellectual way that's not going to be self-destructive, whether it's somebody who is using magic or religion to sort of push people towards a state of just wise choices in your nation. And those 4 roles are pretty essential for the little mini game that I've whipped up. So even though you guys are like, fuck the establishment, yeah, I'm down for that. Don't have a king, but have, instead of like, the voice of the nation, call it like, like the head
Prime
councilman.
Minister.
Or, yeah.
The lead angel, like the Metatron.
Exactly right. Yeah. Archmage doesn't necessarily reflect upon the idea that you are necessarily like leading the kingdom so much as you are a respected individual with a rad wizard tower on the outskirts of it. There's a lot of freedom for what it is. Head of the guard doesn't normally doesn't necessarily say political sway, but it does say it's the person that people go talk to if they've got a problem.
Does this take over the main? Does this take over the main? Kind of gameplay going forward?
It does not. No, the way that we're going to do this is it's never going to detract from your guys' adventures. You guys are going to, after today, you guys are going to continue going on adventures, being PCs, doing all the shit you normally would. There are still dungeons to crawl and monsters to slay and so forth and so on. But at the start of each game session, as part of the recap, I'm going to fire off people being like, hey, Warren, here's your fucking what's going on in the kingdom this week. Even though you're not there, let's like flash back for a split second to something that would have happened in the downtime between this adventure and the last one or whatever. And this is sort of the issue that you were presented. And when it rolls around to the following week at the start of the game session, those 2 people are also going to pitch me how they handled this problem, and we're going to roll for it. And kingdom is going to develop passively at the same time as the next 2 people get their issue.
Yeah, it happens completely outside the game.
It is 100% separate. It is going to require us to like, suspend our realism a little bit as we're going to sort of flash back to the kingdom and be like, yeah, I fucking execute this guy, and be like, wasn't he the one who 3 days later also guided you on your adventure? And you're like, nope, fuck him, executed. That was his twin brother. Yeah, dead. 100% dead.
Which is why it sounds like it's somewhat important for us to let you know where we plan on going outside of the kingdom minigame.
That would be great. I would love to sort of know what the next session is going to entail. And I can certainly touch on those options again really quick if you guys would like.
The ones that Javi was looking at?
Yeah.
That's what it seemed like to me. That seemed like the menu of options to me.
Right. Right before that, do we need to decide, are the rolls happening before we leave today or at the start of tomorrow?
I would love it at the end of next session.
Okay.
Because we're going to sort of start the following week.
That's the discussion of the week, is the rolls and where we're going.
I just mean, like, mine is decided, so I know I'm sort of outside of this conversation, but I'd like to help.
Also, real quick, I had to roll something real fast. Who's going to perception check a passive perception that's 19 or better?
I do.
Everyone but me and Warren.
I don't, because I got -5 because of my eye.
So
Right.
just like Iron Cavies?
My passive perception is not. My passive perception is
Okay.
13.
Mine's 21 passive.
Awesome. Saigar, just when you're having this conversation, you are like you're just the group is together. You watch as a very large spider scuttles down from Kyvius's hair and down his back. just so you know.
Quick, shoot it.
With fire.
Get it off!
Kyvius, you don't feel anything, but I just want
Damn
Saigar
it.
you to be aware of that.
You're now possessed by spiders.
What is he doing to me?
I feel like this is completely unrelated, and Steel just wanted Ash to be
You
afraid.
just wanted to describe spiders to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is. A lot of this is also going to depend, perhaps, on the character that Hewitt plays if he hasn't been scared off by this game. Which, listen, I get. This was woof. There is definitely indications of like some ruined civilization to the north. Which, if there was like a difficulty rating next to each of them, that's the black diamond. There is.
Okay.
It gives you that ominous feeling in the pit of your stomach that something is very wrong.
Was that the snake castle?
Yes, it does appear to be serpentine on the exterior of these ruins.
We're gonna get petrified in there.
Can I be the boss?
Hell yeah.
Let's make a Yanti.
There is that winding mountain trail that leads up to where a place that's called the Order of the Kiln, as you know, where you had already met one member,
Zamboni Jacuzzi.
Zamboni Jacuzzi,
My boy.
who is a member of the Order of the Kiln, who guards up an ancient flame for reasons unknown. There is that giant, it's almost a fey-touched almost forest that has that pink splotch right in the center. And there is, again, Vale's home, which is probably off limits to your exploration. But those are kind of the big spots to start.
And we also have a marionette spider to maybe think about.
Maybe.
We just gotta say hi. That's all.
Vale's original home or like his new one?
His hole.
Yeah, the big hole in the ground.
The hole.
Wait, where is he from originally? Do we know?
No.
He seems to have lived there for a long time.
Longer than me.
Yeah.
I've got a picture of the pit. Hang on for a split second.
I feel
We're
like
going back to the pit.
if I was thinking, like, I would want to go visit the other fucking people who are alive in this area. Like the Sky Speakers who were like, "You're the 12th dragon chosen. I'm gonna turn into dust and fire now. Goodbye." Like, I want to know what's up with them. What are they doing around here? Oh, I think that goes down a long way.
It's very fiery.
Where Vale lives.
That doesn't look ominous at all.
Hangs out with fire.
And a bottomless chasm.
Oh, there's a bottom. It's right there. It's full of lava.
That looks like the side of the... Oh, you're talking about right in the center. Got it.
Would checking the perimeter be part of like kingdom actions?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, if that's something you thought would be a kingdom action thing that you wanted to do, I could certainly, I could shoot for that. But also, that's a good fucking just adventure and go do it thing too. There's again, as mentioned, there's a swamp to the north, and then there is those ancient monuments up in the mountains that are probably your immediate concerns, but certainly more will become present here in the next couple of sessions. Especially if you decide you guys want to sit down like with the Colin Volenthusk and have a discussion.
A little round table.
Are those separate? Like we would decide to like do that for a session?
Yeah, well, it would probably be part of a session at any rate in time. I don't want us to have the kingdom building stuff take up too much because again, I want to make sure we're focused on you guys being adventurers. But certainly you're going to take a more active role in sort of reshaping the world as a result of things. And if you guys end up having like a fucking sit down with like the Ka, that'll be like half an hour of a game session until fucking assassins burst in for sure.
What if we decide to hold a tournament where each kingdom sends their champions?
That's a whole fucking session,
There you
boyo.
go. Yeah.
That's a couple sessions.
Well done.
We'll invite the Shadowfell and the Feywild too.
Oh, this will be fine. Hey, everybody, check out our new sweet home. Here's how to get there.
Like we'll just build a door for them.
No, I like the one that has a fucking howl above it too. That's way cooler. Yeah. Hell yeah.
I mean, if we were picking out of the Javi options, where he pointed and he fucking on a compass, mine would be the mountain people.
Yeah, because they probably can explain things. They probably know some stuff.
Yeah, maybe they can tell us what's inside the Hell Temple of Medusa kind.
Maybe we'll meet other cool named people.
Yeah.
Like refrigerator washing machine.
Where did Rosie get these suggestions for the name a snail contest? Mount Sparkles?
I like that
Fat Bob?
That's Octopus.
Just Terrence, but spelled like Terrace?
Oh god, I love
What
that
is
Octopus.
I like Shelbert.
I like Speedy.
Rosie
I'm pretty sure she was just
burst
typing for
in.
like 15 minutes.
Yeah, 100%. She fucking heard me say that. She burst in like goddamn Kramer. She's like, oh, I'm good at naming creatures.
George.
Alright, I'm gonna stop the stream so I can start getting it transferred over to YouTube and I don't forget.
100%.
Because a snail naming contest.